How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. It's Monday. Oh, good morning, boys and girls. Oh, hang on. One thing we probably don't need anymore. Hang on. That'll do. Oh, God, now it's not in the middle. Ah, it's going to make my brain hurt if it's not in the middle. Go somewhere like that. That's about the middle, right? That's about the middle. Alrighty. How we doing, boys and girls? It's the final week. The final week of Shadowlands. The anticipation, the hype train is chewing along quite nicely right now. I got so much to do this week though. I'm going to be brutally honest with you all nice and quickly. I have no idea how much time I'm going to have for streaming this week, or the streams might end up being really weird and wacky. We probably won't be playing many games on stream. I've got a laundry list of things I want to get done this week. Not all of them are things that I can publicize on the internet, so we'll see. But I want to get a little bit of I want to play catch up. I've had a few days away from the game. I like to keep my weekends to be slightly non-gaming related. Doesn't always work out that way, especially at this period in time. I would quite actually like to be working 7 days a week. It's weird, but how was everybody's weekend? Is everybody refreshed? Everybody good? Who we got here this morning? Fidel Castro, welcome in. Good morning. Artful, how we doing? Haddock, good morning to you. Welcome. Cuttled, good morning. Kahani, welcome in. Caffeinated Darian, that's a name I enjoy. That's a name I can get behind. Welcome in. Welcome. There's a few things. There's a few things I want to get behind this week.
Oh,
There's
hey,
a couple of,
guess what I see when I get home?
Guess what I see when I get home. Welcome back, my man. Welcome back. Hope you had a good trip. There's a few things I want to get sorted today. I want to do a look back on Shadowlands. There's one thing I'm really keen to do now that we are towards the tail end of Shadowlands. I want to take a little bit of a look back. I want to take a look back to Shadowlands, and I want to say, right, what did Shadowlands have to offer? What was good about Shadowlands? What was not so good about Shadowlands? See, there's a stark contrast. I think there's going to be a big contrast between people who are like your true end game players, your raiders, your mythic pluses. Those guys are going to have a very strong opinion that Shadowlands was just trash. Quite rightly in many cases. The grind was real. The ability to roll alts or to have secondary characters was made incredibly difficult at certain periods in this expansion. And there were, some of the end game zones. The Maw was an absolute shit show. But there's one small category of players that will look back on Shadowlands very fondly. And it's a category of players that is us lot. Believe it or not. The likelihood is that Shadowlands will probably end up being one of the, if not the most aggressively beneficial expansion for gold making. Oh boy, I do not suspect we'll ever see an expansion like Shadowlands for gold making ever again. It's been just plain sailing for most of it. High watermark for gold gathering for most of us. Well, this is it, right? It's benefited everybody. If you're crafting and selling those legendaries, you've had an absolute field day. You've made bank. You've turned coppers into silvers into gold, and you've gone even further with legendaries if you were crafting them. That also then means that even if you weren't actively crafting and selling the legendaries, you could go out and you could get all of the materials for the people who were selling those legendaries. And the people making legendaries were making so much gold, they were willing to pay pretty high premiums for not having to gather the materials themselves. Stack that on top of the fact that quite early on in the expansion, we figured out that the mission table was a mine, like just an absolute gold mine, and people that capitalized on the mission table have been printing money for months and months and months on end at this point. Not quite to the garrison's level, but clearly a lot. There's a big chunk of people who have become very wealthy in this expansion, that is for sure. Without, I should clarify, without there being huge amounts of new gold being generated. There was not significant inflation with Shadowlands. Not that we can initially foresee anyway. All it's meant is that a huge amount of the gold is gone from equally spread across many players. All of it's gone into the hands of like 4 or 5 people on each realm. That's strictly not good for the game. I mean, I'm sure the game doesn't care. It's not great for the economy, but you see what happens when that sort of scenario happens IRL. Countries start falling apart. Never had any gold until Legendaries came out, then I got my first gold cap. Shadowlands isn't all that bad. Yeah, see, this is it, right? There's a very small category of people where I think, you know, goblins and gold makers and people who enjoyed playing with professions will look back at Shadowlands as one of the easiest expansions to make a boatload of gold with. Because there was very much a system in place where if you had gold, you could use that to make more gold. So many of the expansions prior to that never really had that facility. The grind was real, but the raids were great as always. It's true to say this is one of the things that's really carried WoW for years, I think, at this point. I genuinely think that the raids carry this game pretty aggressively, which is why I think in Dragonflight they are switching more. They're leaning into that even more than ever. I think in Shadowlands they kind of wanted Mythic Plus to be the alternative, and they still claim they want this, but they were still kind of wanting Mythic Plus and the raid to be sort of neck and neck, comparable. You'd have people that would do one and people who do the other, and then a few people that do both. But I think they've realised that the best thing this game has to offer, that their ISP, their USP, sorry, their unique selling point, is that their raids are top tier. There's not another game out there that can do raiding as well as what Blizzard seem to be able to do. And the more they focus on the raid, they put the best gear in the raid, they make the hardest content in the raid, and that is, I think, what will keep the game alive long term. I abandoned Shadowlands very early on, gutted I missed out on all of the gold. This is the downside. The initial 3 or 4 months of Shadowlands killed it for a lot of people instantly. They played the first couple of months, realised what a chore everything was, and just said, see you later, peaced out. And luckily, a lot of them have come back for Dragonflight. Surprisingly, a huge percentage of them are coming back for Dragonflight by the looks of things. But yes, it does mean that you missed out on a few good things. Will this last week be a crunch time for video documentation finalization? Yes, there's going to be lots of that. Lots of that indeed. Starting from today, I want to very, very quickly, I'm talking about either today or tomorrow, I want to finalize the cheat sheet. I want to get the Shadowlands, the Dragonflight cheat sheet to a point where I can call it sort of 1.0, you know, call it sort of ready. Mainly because at the moment I'm making very small incremental changes to it every other day. And people can't really take a copy of it and actually start using it properly until it's kind of there. So I want to get the cheat sheet sorted. Hopefully, if now there is a downside to this, that if I finalize it now and they come out on Thursday and they make a bunch of changes to professions, then well, I'm going to be shit out of luck. But I physically can't wait any longer with that. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that today. Hopefully finishing that off tomorrow, and then pushing it out to everybody so that they can maybe start tweaking it and customizing it how they want. That's pretty high on my priority list. Yes, content-wise, I've got 4 or 5 video ideas I want to get done this week. Like I said, a look back at Shadowlands. What was good in Shadowlands? How did we progress through Shadowlands? What was good? What was not so good? But more importantly, a part 2 to that, I want to look forward to Dragonflight. And I want to put, in video form, I want to put some predictions for what I suspect Dragonflight will look like as it goes forward. Now that I've got, I don't know, probably 100+ hours of gameplay on the beta under my belt, I've tested all of the professions and all of the economy stuff about as much as I'm willing to do without. I've been very cautious. Some of you guys may have noticed there's some serious aspects of the game that I've borderline ignored, simply because I don't want to adversely affect the actual gameplay experience when it goes live by testing things to within an inch of their lives. But yeah, I'm kind of intrigued. I'm kind of interested to put some predictions in place. What do I think will happen? What do I think will end up being well received? What do I think will end up flopping? Where do I suspect people will make their gold from? Will there be any new metas? If so, what would they be? I'm kind of intrigued to put some thoughts down on paper first, obviously, and then video format. It'll be cool, because then in 6 months, 12 months time, we can have a little bit of a look at it and be like, oh, haha, you were so wrong about this. That's my plan anyway. That's where, so there's plenty to do this week for sure. Is blacksmithing and leatherworking the way to go in Dragonflight, or has the top 2 changed? Blacksmithing is still looking very, very strong. I think even though I put it top of the tree, I think if I remember right, I'm quite sure I put it top of the tree with my tier list. We might do a tier list 2.0. I'm not going to lie, a tier list 2.0 might be a thing this week, as not too much has changed, but now that we're at a point where everything's kind of locked in, we kind of know exactly how the game's going to launch. I still think blacksmithing's top of the tree, just by the simple fact that we now know that these stupid sparks of ingenuity things are going to be really drip fed to us. In 8 weeks, we will only probably have access to about 5 sparks of ingenuity, meaning that people are going to have to really consider what they spend them on. And when people have to consider more what they spend an item on, they take longer to make sure they get that thing right. And what that very quickly feels to me, this is maybe part 1 of the predictions, I guess. It feels very much to me as if a lot of people will look to craft a weapon, which is literally a blacksmith stream, right? Because they make the majority of the weapons. Leatherworking doesn't feel as good to me since I learned the speed that we're going to get the sparks. Well, the reason I would always put leatherworking pretty high is because, for starters, it basically acts as 2 professions in the first place. Pimparatha, thank you very much for the tier 1. I can't remember if I thanked you for your sub. But either way, thank you. But yeah, there's a bunch of things I want to get sorted. I suppose we should probably jump into the game and have a little bit of a poke about and see if anything's changed. Oh, they're doing a launch test today, I think. I can't remember. I think they're doing a launch test today. They're trying to stress test the launch. I wonder when that's actually happening. And everything that I've already said, yeah, TSM, that's a good question. What do we do about Trade School Master? I've already said that I'm probably not going to do anything Trade School Master related until the game goes live. Simply because what we have access to now with Trade School Master may not strictly be what we have access to soon. They are planning, Trade School Master are planning to have some pretty sizable updates coming out quite quickly. And if that's the case, then things might change enough that I don't want to have to do everything twice. So I'm probably not going to do much with Trade School Master until the game's live. I might, if I have time, of which I'm not sure I will have all that much, is I might try and set up some basic groups for things like materials. So some basic groups might not go amiss. You know, it just saves you 10-15 minutes of time when the game goes live doing it, I suppose. But some stuff we might do. I'm not entirely 100% sure, though. Let's maybe switch this round. I'll tell you what I do want to do. I'm probably not going to repost my pets right now, but I do want to loot the mailboxes on my pet realms. More importantly, because I want to see if anything's sold. Do you foresee quality levels making crafting cost strings overly complicated? There's some fundamentals that is going to make Trade School Master pretty tricky to work with. The fact that doesn't, you know, one set of inputs doesn't always produce the same set of outputs, which is something that's very difficult to set rules for in something like an operation. Now, this is one thing that they are tweaking and changing. They're giving people the ability to use slightly more sophisticated custom strings, and a nice UI to go along with that. Probably to make it's one of these, right? Trade School Master is going quite the direction of, let's say, weak auras, where if you know what you're doing with weak auras, you can do some incredible things. And if you don't really know what you're doing with weak auras, you hope to find somebody that does, who's already done the thing that you want to do, and you just copy paste their expertise into your profile. Trade School Master, I think, might lean very heavily in that direction at the beginning of Dragonflight. Those that know what they're doing can run amok and make all sorts of fancy things happen, but I've landed myself as the master crafter for a top US 50 guild that had 60 million to spend. Boys, I'm going to be rich. Well, you're going to have to, you're still going to have to earn that money. As one person is unlikely to be able to fulfill the needs of an entire guild. This is, you know, this is the reality of specializations. That by the time the first raid rocks round, you'll only be able to produce this, or this, or this, or this. It won't be until much later in the expansion where you'll be able to turn around to a guild and say, I can make this, 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 and this. It's been seen that even sort of the very top of the top guilds, you know, your limits and echoes and stuff, are not really worrying about having too much in-house crafting this tier, because it's just really not that feasible. It's a better solution for them to just pay out the arse for some random person to make the thing that they need when they want it.
Is that your wallet?
Because at least then they'll be able to find it.
Both, I hope.
That's the plan, anyway. Would TSM auctioning operations still work the way you made them for Legos? I have no idea. I have no idea. Like I said, as far as Trade School Master's concerned, I'm almost deliberately not doing anything until the game goes live. There's so many significant changes that trying to plan too far ahead just doesn't seem like a worthwhile use of my time. Not right now, anyway. I'm going to be getting 8 tunes to land on as many things as I can early on. Multiple tunes for each profession. Just be careful, because you'll grind yourself into the ground. The per character time investment is going to be pretty strong. Alina Maria, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let's start rolling through some of these realms real quick. I want to see what we sold. I'm not going to repost all my pets. I think Project Pet is going on hiatus now. But if I loot everything out the mailbox so I don't lose anything to the mailbox monster, then I can forget about these realms for a little while. Let me turn the tunes down a bit. They're a bit loud, aren't they? I feel as if I'm shouting. That'll do. Oh, I want to get that new fancy Stream Deck, you know. The one that's got all the dials and knobs on it. That thing looks really quite cool. I'm not particularly sure I want to pay 230 euros for a Stream Deck, though, when I've already got one. It does look cool, though. Be good for volume and stuff, you know, turning up. You know. Love some knobs to play with. Don't take that out of context. Oh, we sold absolutely nothing on this realm. That's a good start. Planning on focus on 3 professions: engineering, blacksmithing, and jewel crafting. Want to early focus on profession equipment? Do you think it's a bad idea? Not at all. Not at all. I tend to think as long as people have at least some sort of a plan, you'll be absolutely fine. It's, why can't I delete that? Okay. There's not actually, it's, how do I phrase this correctly? How do I phrase this? It's, well, put it this way. If you are, at least in any way, shape, or form, thinking about what you might be doing, you are already 10 steps ahead of most people. It becomes very easy to fall into like a min-max sort of mindset with goal making. But the fact that you're here, the fact that you're planning ahead, the fact that you're even thinking about it, puts you miles ahead of everybody else. Miles ahead of the average player. Because most people, you know, are not even thinking about Dragonflight yet. You know, it's on their radar, but you know, not by a huge stretch. If you've picked a few professions, if you know what characters they're going to be on, you have a rough idea of the requirements for those professions, you are miles ahead. Hey, sold another Reigns of Poseidus. What is going on? Why are we selling these things for 10k? That should not really be a thing. But apparently, maybe I'm the only person selling these at the moment. I'm intrigued. Am I, for some ungodly reason, the only person that has one of these for sale? No, there's 9 of them available. Oh, I see what's happened here. I see what's happened here. Somebody bought mine thinking that I don't have a guild bank full of them. Oh. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, sucks to be them. My plan is to gather for 80 hours in the first week. No matter what tree I go in, I'm sure it'll be worth it. This is the thing with gathering, right? People frequently question, well, you know, what spec should I go with my gathering? It just doesn't matter. Gathering professions matter 0. The best way to make more gold with gathering is to spend more time doing it. There's literally no other optimization you could possibly really care for. If the difference is, you know, if you spend 5 hours trying to optimize your gathering and actually just spent 5 hours going out and gathering, you'd end up with more. there's no ifs or buts about that. It's one of those optimizations that I just think is bananas. Just get out there and do it. Like, honestly, just if you're gathering and you're making gold by gathering, just do more of it. Sure, you don't want to be farming for 10 gold an hour when you could be farming for 1,000, but you at the same time, like, just do more of it. Do more of it and you win. And you'll actually learn the answers yourself by doing it. Whoa! Loads of sales over here. Lots of cheap shit, but, you know, sales are sales. Yoink. Best quality of life might be the herbing whilst mounted if you're farming for that long. Yeah, it's like 35, maybe 40 points you need to spend to be able to gather whilst mounted. But it does make a world of difference, especially if you're gathering in areas that are a little bit more densely populated with mobs. Then you'll have a big advantage of being able to swoop in, herb, loot, whatever, and then peace out nice and quick. Good luck trying to program a bot to dragon ride properly node to node. I think you'll still find lots of bots just running around on foot. I don't think bots will care all of that much for dragon riding. They don't need to. What you also forget is that a bot doesn't care, because a bot can run on foot. A bot does not need, annoying as it is to say, a bot does not need to be optimal. A bot just needs to be on and working. They understand, you know, it's almost as if the bots understand this more so than the real people. You don't need to optimize gathering. You just need to be doing it. Even if it means running around on foot. Even if you're, you know, even if you're just running around on foot, picking up the nodes that are accessible on the ground by foot, and have a really basic little route, bots will do bot things. There's no getting rid of them completely. You can limit their effectiveness, but they're also remarkably effective because they run 24 hours a day. This is the big problem, right? Most people, they do an hour or two of farming and then they get bored. A bot doesn't get bored. This means that they can be 1/10 of the, you know, they could, if you're getting 50,000 gold an hour by farming, they could be getting 10,000 gold an hour by farming, but they don't care because they'll do it 24 hours a day. This is the big issue. Obviously, limiting their effectiveness will, have a knock-on effect to just how profitable it is for them to do what it is they do. But the harsh reality is, at the beginning of an expansion, there's lots of options for them, annoyingly, but. What do you think about K-Chak saying gathering will kind of suck? Gathering does suck. If you're a gold maker, gathering sucks. It's the biggest waste of time you can do. He has obviously a very different perspective on these sorts of things than most, though, because he's got hundreds of millions of gold already. There's absolutely no reason he ever needs to spend even a single minute gathering. But the problem is, and the reason why I suspect, I have no idea exactly what it was he said, but there is a likelihood that gathering will end up sucking, just simply by virtue of that there's no other realistic way of making gold, which is going to push most of the people who don't have any gold and want gold into gathering, which creates a competitive market. Add on a region-wide auction house that's going to be far more difficult to get resets, and the fluctuation in price is going to be a lot lower. Gathering could suck. You know, very quickly. This is what. Okay, back to the predictions again. In Shadowlands, it was perceivable to make about 20 to 30,000 gold an hour by gathering, almost for the entire expansion. That won't happen in Dragonflight. This is one thing I'm almost willing to put money on. The days of making big money via gathering will be short-lived. The materials will very quickly crunch down to a... See, what I've noticed over the years is that farmers will tend to farm when things are lucrative enough, but as soon as it drops below a threshold, they all dip and they all end up doing something else. Because of course, farmers are chasing whatever is the most profitable thing. So, towards the end of patch, what are we in now? 9.2? Towards the end of patch 9.2, or when the skinning changes came into play, everybody stopped farming. Everybody stopped herbing and stopped mining. What they switched to is they switched to 2x4 skinning. They switched to 2x4 skinning because it was more lucrative for them to do that than it was to fly around picking up herbs. Farmers will always, they'll always trickle to whatever's the best thing that they can do at that given time. Which will mean that very, very quickly, I think, something will become the meta for farming. It will get completely farmed to within oblivion, because I also don't think there's a huge sink for all of these materials. Obviously, there'll be a very high demand at the beginning. That's what keeps the prices high, whilst everybody's leveling everything up and everybody's trying to get their professions in order. But it might not take more than a couple of weeks, genuinely. It might not even take more than a couple of weeks before we start seeing things really tank in value, because the bottleneck for professions is not materials. The bottleneck for crafting professions is knowledge points. Gaining more knowledge is what allows you to make better things. It's not the supply of materials. The reason why materials stayed at such a... If you go back all the way to patch 9.0, heavy callous hide was 2,000 gold a piece, and it took a long, long time before heavy callous hide dipped below 1,000 gold a piece. A long time. And the reason for that was simple, is that leather workers were willing to pay more than 1,000 gold a piece for each heavy callous hide because they had a use for it. The use was they're leveling up their leatherworking. They're crafting legendaries and they're selling them. The supply chain was working effectively. The supply chain doesn't work the same way in Dragonflight. There'll come a point where crafters won't need more materials. And when they stop needing more materials, the materials start stacking up. And when they start stacking up, they tend to start getting cheaper. Very, very quickly that'll happen, because the crafters will hit the knowledge bottleneck. There is no material bottleneck. Shadowlands was a material bottleneck. Heavy callous hide was the biggest bottleneck, which meant that there was a lot of leather kicking about. There was periods in time where lightless silk was the bottleneck, because it was just not being farmed fast enough. Or it was being consumed in such a ridiculous quantity that farmers weren't able to keep up with it, so the price stayed high. There was a period in time throughout most of the expansion where Elysium ore was a bottleneck. It was a bottleneck for jewel crafters. It was a bottleneck for getting the essences. This is what kept the materials high in value the entire expansion. There is nothing like that in Dragonflight. Materials are going to dip in value, and they're going to dip hard, and they're going to dip fast. This is why gathering could kind of suck. So, get in there early. if you plan on making some easy gold by gathering, do it early. Get it done before... Get it done whilst people are willing to spend silly money on materials. There'll be people like me who will have a big stack of cash ready and will be willing to spend it. So get taking advantage of those players. Because they'll only be willing to spend silly money on materials for a very short period of time. Do I have any info about the Artisans Consortium rep grind? There isn't really a rep grind, that's the problem. At the moment, I only saw a few quests to get this rep. Is there any way to get the rep? This is the thing with the Artisans Consortium. There isn't a rep grind. There's nothing that you can do to get more of it, even if you want to. The sources for reputation with the Artisans Consortium are very few and far between. There's a few intro quests whilst you're leveling up. They're not even part of the campaign, so you're going to have to go a little out your way to do them. They start in the Waking Shores. They continue... They start, where is it? Ruby Life Pools, somewhere around here. They start here. They then continue in the Anaran Plains down by Fork River Crossing. There's a few quests for the Artisans Consortium there, but once you've done those quests, it's pretty much your Profession Weeklies. Your Profession Weekly quests are... the number has changed, so don't quote me on this. But at one point in the beta, they were awarding like 300 rep, then it went up to 500 rep, then it went down to 125 rep. Who knows how much rep it's going to be. But it's, you know, it's your weekly quests, and you'll do your weekly quests, you'll get a small amount of reputation, and then that'll be it. Until obviously somebody hits a certain point, and then contracts will be available. Yeah, there's not really too much to it. So there's in a way, the fact that there's so little to say is probably worth saying in the first place. So maybe I can put that on my list of, you know, because it's clearly going to be a question that's asked a lot. Actually, when you look at if you take a look at the rep grind recipe chart, the Artisans Consortium is quite big business for a few professions. Engineering is going to care about the Artisans Consortium quite heavily. So is Inscription. These two professions, engineering and Inscription, care about the Artisans Consortium a lot. Alchemists in turn are going to care about Inscription caring about it, because their top tier mixing rod, their Alchemist's profession tool, is locked behind scribes, getting quite well established with them. The contract is there. All of the missives come at 3 of 5, which should take a couple of weeks. So we're not going to be using missives on our profession tools for a couple of weeks, I would suspect, unless there's some shenanigans. Once again, this stupid Artisans Metal Shuffle may present some shenanigans to get more rep faster than you would do normally. But equally, it's not something I heavily recommend people do. Is it possible that the difficulty of making the top tier consumables reliably extends the period that materials might stay high? It's definitely going to be a maths game for top tier crafters. For many, this topic of conversation came up in the Discord a little bit last night. There's clearly going to be a situation, and it's an inevitability, but we just don't know how long it will take to become a thing. But there's an inevitability that there will be an awful lot of like tier 2 or quality 2 consumables that just end up being probably less than crafting cost very quickly, because people will be overcrafting and saturating the market because they'll be hunting for procs. They'll be hunting for procs on top quality stuff. So there's going to be a long period of time at the start of the expansion where you physically will not be able to guarantee top quality, whether it be gear or even consumables. So inspiration is going to be your friend, and the more or less inspiration you have, the more or less frequently you'll proc those top tier quality crafts. But let's say you've got a 20% chance of procking quality 3. That means you could, you're going to craft 4 or 5 times as much that you need to supply the quality 3 demand. But that means you'll have a big pile of quality 2 stuff, which there will be less of a market for, and there'll be considerably more of it than's required, which will push the price of that stuff down very quickly as well. These are all inevitabilities. These are all things that are absolutely going to happen. The question just is, how long will it take for them to happen? That in turn might work out to be a heavy consumer of these low-level materials, but we don't know. We don't know. It doesn't absorb the materials as you would want them to, though. This is the problem. It just means that you're crafting stuff in the hope of getting something to proc, which means there's a lot of waste product. Waste product that will then crash in price. And whilst I've not looked at it in too much detail, I suspect that vendor shuffles will be a thing very quickly. Very, very quickly. I really should pay a bit more attention to what's going on with these. I probably should look at exactly what items we're going to be vendor shuffling, but it's kind of difficult right now because I still don't have a good understanding of just what the flow of materials is going to be. But there's clearly a few items, especially since we don't use vendor materials in all the professions. Tailoring might be the vendor shuffle king this expansion. You might quite quickly be just mass crafting tailoring goods just to vendor them, just to churn through some of the materials. And I presume there might be something equivalent for the other materials as well, but time will tell. Right, let's blast through these real quick. I've ran out of coffee already this morning. Or should I say my coffee's cold? Which is not good. Sheldor, welcome in. How we doing? Reaching 100 out of 100 ASAP should be a key point. And for the majority of the professions, we need an epic plan for that. Too long to wait for renowned patterns. So my question is how much money should I pay for an early epic pattern? 200k, 300k or more? How to determine the limit? This is one of those things, right? There's no answer to that. There's absolutely never an answer to that. If you can, because it's risk, right? If there was a deterministic answer to that question, there'd be no risk. What you need to try and work out is if you believe that to be the case for your profession of choice, you need to decide, right, if I spend this amount of gold on buying this pattern, how or what or when do I get any return from that? Am I paying that to give me access to craft something with the expectation to make a profit? Or am I spending that amount on the pattern as a sunk cost? Is it a cost of doing business? Does spending that amount on a pattern now give me an advantage somewhere else? Like I said, there's no actual answer to this. You have to come up with that answer yourself. There's nothing I can say and there's nothing anybody else can say. that really matters. And there's so many more factors to it, right? If a pattern turns up and it's the only time I've seen that pattern, if that pattern ends up being super rare and you spend 300k on it, and then that pattern doesn't show up again on your realm for like another 3 or 4 days, in those 3 or 4 days, are you going to be able to craft enough of those items to take full advantage of that? You never know. You don't know the answers before this. Would you or should you spend 200 to 300,000 gold on a pattern if you only have 200 to 300,000 gold on a pattern? That becomes another big question. I'd spend 200 to 300,000 gold on a single pattern, because if I didn't make that work, and if it all went horribly wrong, then losing 200 to 300,000 gold on a single pattern wouldn't bankrupt me. But if it would bankrupt you, then there's significantly more risk, and you probably need to, you know, take that into consideration. And it also depends, well, just how much do you value getting 100 out of 100 in your professions? I'm not entirely convinced that for some professions it's going to make a big difference. Obviously, a bonus, you know, getting as close to it as possible is great. But I certainly wouldn't be pushing to do it ASAP. I'll take the skill points in the profession as they come. They will turn up eventually. The only reason why you should probably actually push for 100 out of 100 is if there are patterns that you know for a fact that you will be able to guarantee the craft of them at top quality given enough points. The reality is, there's not many of those. Most nearly everything that you would want to craft at top quality is outside the reach of you being able to do anyway. So it's an optimization that once again makes sense on paper, but might not actually be all that worthwhile once the game goes live. They have actually quite aggressively toned down the min-max ability of professions throughout the beta. You used to be able to do, when we first saw these profession systems on the alpha, and we first saw how the spec trees were going to work, there was so much room for shenanigans. So much room for people to min-max the crap out of things and gain monstrous advantages. They've smoothed out all of those kinks throughout the beta, to the point now where we seem to have only a very basic version of the crafting system compared to what was initially implemented and suggested. Maybe to leave them some room to grow throughout the rest of the expansion. For example, the profession tools. You used to be able to customize the profession tools far more so than you can now. Each and every single profession tool used to roll with random stats on it, where now that only applies pretty predominantly to the tools, not to the accessories. The accessories tend to be fixed values on them, to make sure that people have a spread of a very specific spread of secondary crafting stats, rather than allowing people to stack all inspiration on everything, sort of thing. There's nowhere near the customization that the profession tools offer to what we once saw on the alpha and beta. But what that does mean is it gives me the indication that that flexibility, that customization might come further on in the expansion. How do you see what pets to sell on other servers? I don't really pay any attention to that. I have a little add-on that just cages up anything that I don't have on that realm. For now, though, I'm actually sort of putting Project Pet to bed. I'm looting the mailboxes, because everything's expired, and I'm looting all the mailboxes to make sure I don't lose anything to the mailbox monster in the next 30 days. I probably won't be doing anything Project Pet for a little while now. So it will be a stream of revenue that I will switch off at the moment.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Mal with the Prime Gaming, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Right, I'm going to get these last few realms sorted, and then I'm going to play with a cheat sheet for a little while. I've got, I have a problem with the cheat sheet that I've not been able to fix. So I may put it to the spreadsheet masters to see if they can find a solution. Because whilst I know my way around a spreadsheet, I'm by no means a total wizard. I have an issue with the lookups of prices that yeah, there's a few things I need to tweak with it. How to get the cheat sheet? Yeah, channel supporters have access to the cheat sheet, so that be whether a sub here on Twitch, a member over on YouTube, or Patreons have access to the cheat sheet as well. I'm unlikely at this point to actually give it out to everybody, simply because I've put so much time and effort into this that it's my Shadowlands cheat sheet was available to everybody on the premise that, you know, it was one of those things. It took me a small amount of time to make it initially, but it was very simple in its design. The Dragonflight cheat sheet is exponentially more complicated, and, well, not complicated is not the right word, complex. It can do an awful lot more than what the last one could, so it will be I will share it with supporters as a thank you. I don't want to make it sound as if I'm selling it, though. That's not my goal here. Wait, you're actually goal making now? Derp, my man. My man. Lies. Lies. FX Gaming, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Is it a sellout stream? See, I'm not good at the sellout streams. I'm not good at the sellout streams at all. I need to do them occasionally because, you know, pay the bills and that.
Wallet? Or you just
Times are tough. Times are tough right now. But... The Eagle, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It worked. Hey, sometimes it works. Coming back to retail after a long classic break. Lost about 4 million mats to the mailbox monster. Yeah, this is it. This is why I'm being cautious now. I'm cleaning out mailboxes and not relisting a bunch of stuff just so I don't lose what... Oh, an indigo for 94,000 gold. Go on then. Making sure I don't lose a huge amount of inventory. Because I could very easily forget about all of these characters because we're focused on Dragonflight, and that would be bad. Make sure you guys get your Falling Flame, so you're 30 seconds ahead of questing if you're going to be there on the moment of launch. What in the world is a Falling Flame? I have no idea what that even is. This title anywhere but on Wowhead. Super Squirt Day to become a much more frequent bonus event. Is it really? That's good news for pet sellers, right? Like a catapult that hurls you half. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, that makes sense. Use it when you're on the boat. You're gonna land on the aisles. Wow, that's a 3-second optimization. I would have never thought of. That's speed running. That's speed running the expansion right there. Three-hour farm for a 3-second optimization. In the world of speedrunning, that's the thing. I watched a video the other day, actually, on Hitman. I'd never realised the Hitman speedrunning community is actually bonkers. It's mental. Like, I've not played one of the Hitman games for many, many, many years. I really enjoyed the originals, but we're talking like 20 years ago now. But the Hitman speedrunning community are wild. Oh my lord. People have put in like thousands upon thousands of hours to complete certain Hitman levels in like 30 seconds flat. It's wild. It's crazy watching people do the optimizations. It's madness. How they even come up with some of the things is bonkers. There was one I saw where a dude dropped, I don't know, like a C4 or a grenade or something on the ground, then dropped another one near it, blew up one of them that fired the second one, like up and over an entire building, landed on the other side of the map so that he could remotely detonate it, that blew up a chandelier that landed on somebody's head. And I was like, what? How would you even think that that was possible? Never mind figure out how to do it reliably in a speed run. Madness. Actual madness. Maceski, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. That's a 5-eyed brain move if ever I've heard one. Wild. Actually wild. That's when you realise there are some serious 200 IQ gamers out there that just would dream up of things that my brain couldn't even fathom. Even when I see it, I'm like, how is that actually a thing? Total crazy. A 3-second doesn't seem like much, but if you do 20 3-second little shortcuts, already you're shaving a minute off, which is massive in the grand scheme of speedrunning. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it was also dropping a muffin on the floor to be able to stand on the muffin to be able to get over things that you wouldn't normally be able to get over. Who would think to drop a muffin on the floor to then stand on the muffin? The fact that you can stand on a muffin to gain a little bit of height is also madness. Oh Lord, it was ridiculous. It's the true definition of clever use of game mechanics. I might watch that video again on stream at some point to show to you guys. It was actually bananas. It was actually muffins. That's what it was. Speedrunning discords are so cool. Doesn't even seem that competitive. You'll all have 100 guys all theory crafting each individual part. Like exactly what you're... Yeah. See, this is it. Like, they're all obviously competing for the best time. But something like that is only physically possible with the, with a community mindset. One single person is never going to be able to come up with everything. But if everybody, if you have 100 people thinking about it and they all shave off 1 second from somewhere, all of a sudden, that can come together and be quite cool. Speedrunning communities also have some of the best drama too. Looking at you, Minecraft. Surely though, Minecraft speedrunning just attracts the wrong kind of people. Surely it just attracts the XQCs of the world, which really don't have much place there in the first place, I'd imagine. Shots fired. Oh, I'm sure X can take it. I'm sure 100 viewer Andy Me is not going to leave a dent on in XQC's world. My other favourite game on the planet, being Factorio, as many of you will know, has a pretty active speedrunning community as well. Those guys are doing some madness. There was a community. I think the world record for completing the game on a multiplayer map is now less than an hour, which is wild, considering it takes the average person like 30 to 40 hours to complete it the first time they play the game. Somebody's obviously cleaning up their Zerith Mortis pet collection. Right, couple more realms. Let's loot the last of these few. Then I need to go get a drink. I'm thirsty. Factorio speedrunners on another level, League of Their Own. Yeah, some of the guys are very good.
Your wallet?
There's a guy, I can't remember his name. He streams a lot as well. I think he's Rain something. I can't remember his name. But he's speedrun lots of different Factorio mods and stuff as well. He's very good. Verbal Sparring, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Scooter the Snail. Well, a sail's a sail. Right, 5 more realms to go. I'm really getting the bug though for Dragonflight now. I kind of just want it to be. I want it to be next Monday already, so that we can, you know, start waiting for. I've not decided actually what I'm going to do for the launch. I'm really keen to actually stream the launch, but there's a problem with that for me, is that the game goes live at 1 AM in the morning, which is, I mean, I guess this is always going to happen when you do a global release, that it's going to be annoying for some. But if I stream the launch, the likelihood is that it just messes up so much. I might just wait till the morning when I usually start my stream, and then we'll just go. Maybe. I'm not too sure. Considering it's not super critical, I don't think it's super critical to be zerging to max level anyway. What's a little degeneracy during launch week? Well, the problem is that I can't easily be streaming at stupid o'clock in the morning, because our house right now, our bedroom is in the next room. So the wife will be asleep. I can't be screaming and shouting and doing streaming stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's just not fair. So we'll see. We'll see. More importantly, I think I kind of owe it to you guys almost to actually stream at the regular streaming time than completely flip my schedule just for my own personal gain. No reset first Wednesday, you have time. Well, have we actually had that confirmed though? Whilst we suspect that to be the thing, I've not actually seen anything that said categorically, yes, there will be no reset the first week. Obviously, lots of us suspect that that's going to be the case because that's exactly what they did in Shadowlands, but don't know. Best way to do launch of the expansions in WoW is to sleep during the night, then wake up at 6 in the morning. Be fully rested to have the full day of leveling. See, that's what I think, you know. That's what I think. I start my stream at 11. That's because I kind of casually get up. I, you know, take the dogs out for a walk. I have breakfast, brew coffee, all of that sort of stuff. I take my morning very casually, which is why I start at 11 my time. It's entirely possible that I do just that, you know. Get up at 6 after a reasonable night's sleep. Get up at 6, jump in the login queue, because I guess there probably will be a login queue. Jump in the login queue, and then start the stream soon as we actually get logged in. Completely studio sound dampen your gaming room this week for ultimate degeneracy. Well, some of you guys all know that I'm moving house soon. There's the possibility that that will happen. Well, this new house we're moving to has an area that I might potentially be able to dedicate to a full office space. Like a studio. It's got like a separate studio area that's completely disconnected from the main house. But mine and Mrs. Manthius's plan is to actually rent that out initially. But if I can generate enough, if I can make this streaming thing profitable enough that I can rent my own studio from me, if that makes sense, then we might have like a full-on studio setup, which would be really cool. But I need to go viral a few times on YouTube before that's gonna happen. Sub goal for the studio room. If only you were in the US, I still know a lot of industry connections for pro studio setup contractors that could probably get you things at cost. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to do in Finland because there's not as much of that, but either way. I have a French bulldog and a husband that snores. Oh, Lord. I have 2 dogs that also snore. And my wife claims she never snores, but she lies. But yeah, when I move into my new place, I think I might do a little bit of a room tour. Show you guys this separate studio that it has. It has what could potentially be, right? This is just a potential. But there's enough space for a personal studio, for a complete streaming studio. It has a separate room that could be like the server room, so I could have all of the computer components away out of the studio. It has a potential room for a personal gym, and also room for a maybe in-house for like a cinema as well. Just do what Harris Heller did, build a house with your stream income. Well, he didn't build it with his stream income, that's the problem. He built it with his stream beats. Spotify has paid for his house. It wouldn't be anything anywhere near as luxurious as what Harris Heller has. But it honestly wouldn't be too far off. Well, it was also his music. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, it was his stream beats that, you know, paid for his house. My wife claimed that too, so I recorded it. Yeah, that probably isn't going to go down too well. Here, look, you sound like a diesel engine when you sleep. I've heard tractors that make less noise. Oof. Piping the heat to the sauna. Yeah, just yeah. There we go. There's a Linus Tech Tips video. Heating my sauna with 4090s. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Oh Lord. Right, this is the last realm then. This is the last of them. I'd love to get a tour to the Big Dick gold making house. We'll see. We'll see. Right, there we go. That was finally every realm. I wasn't keeping much of a grand total, but I think we sold probably a few 100,000 gold of pets in the last 48 hours, which was nice. You already did a vid about piping the heat from the server room to the swimming pool. That's quite clever. How one man's gaming addiction keeps Helsinki warm. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Right. Now we've cleaned everything out. It's time to do some spreadsheet stuff. These are going to come into play in the next few days, actually. These character transfers are going to come into play. See, this is one thing that I still... We're a week. We're 7 days away from the launch of Dragonflight. And I still haven't even chose which realm I want to play on. This is bad news. I really need to just pick a realm and move there. Because I need to do character transfers. I'm also probably in a few situations going to have to do faction changes as well, because all of my characters right now are Alliance, and annoyingly, Alliance is not going to cut it, I don't think, because it's going to be remarkably difficult to fulfill public work orders for people, or sorry, not public, personal work orders for people when I'm the wrong goddamn faction. So, annoying as it is, I think I might have to go Horde for Dragonflight. We might have to go Horde on our crafting characters. Taran Mill. Taran Mill is up there. It is up there. It's in the runnings. It's probably either going to be Taran Mill or Draenor. One of the two. Not decided. It's probably going to be a coin flip, to be honest. I've got a boatload of gold already on both realms, so I can get going pretty quickly. I'm not going to be at any disadvantage whichever one I pick. Kazakh, weirdly, there's something about Kazakh I just don't like. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Kazakh. There's something about that realm I just don't like. Draenor's not that populated anymore. Are you mad? It's the second biggest server in the EU. It's monstrous. Traitor going to the dark side. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? Kazakh, there's lots of elite. Yeah, it's something about Kazakh I'm just not a fan of. 99% of population being... See, I don't care if they're douchebags. I genuinely don't care if people on the realms are douchebags. What I care about is, do they have money? You know, and can I have it? Can I extract them from all their wealth? Maybe. Maybe. Douchebags have gold. I don't discriminate. Yeah, exactly. Literally no discrimination. This is the thing about gold making. You just want to be where there's the most players. It's quite simple. It's really not that complicated of a scenario. You just want to be where there's the most players. If you've got the most potential customers, you'll make the most gold. Sure, you'll have more competition, but you can deal with competition. What you can't do is artificially create more customers. This is why you don't go low pop. You just don't go low pop. You just don't do it. You'll have the angriest competition too. I don't care about that. That's content for me. Soon as I start getting those hate whispers and those hate mails, why are you undercutting? Why are you deep undercutting? All that's just content. That's just all content. Right, I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go grab a drink. Then I need to do a few bits and bobs with the cheat sheet, because I have a suspicion that they might take away, they might steal the beta from us a day or two before the launch. So there's a few things I need to get sorted quite quickly. Gold is your friend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves. Alrighty. How we doing? The worst part of his coffee break is that he might not pet the dogs. I did pet the dogs, don't worry. We gave the dogs some scratches, it's all good. The dogs are fine. Thank God. Oh, Ragnaros is more populated than Draenor? No, lies. It depends how you count population, right? Are you counting, like, you know, physical characters that exist on a realm, or are you categorizing max level characters? Are you categorize? To be honest, when I talk about being on a populated realm, what I care about probably more than anything is being somewhere where there's an active raiding scene, like a real proper active raiding scene. That matters more than basically anything else. And we can sort of see if you go Raider.io. Let's go there's a realms, here we go. European. Population wise, Draenor is the biggest, shortly followed by Kazakh. These two realms, I mean, there's so many guilds doing 21 guilds doing top mythic, 14, 22. There's plenty of active mythic guilds on Draenor. Almost more so than Kazakh. In fact, definitely more so than Kazakh. There's a bigger raiding scene. Silver Moon is good for the Alliance out there, although Silver Moon is also a bit odd. The biggest raiding realm by far, though, is Draenor, by the looks of things. Taran Mill's quite cool, though. Taran Mill sort of sits as, you know, a competitive second place in my eyes, which for me is why I'm either going to go Draenor or I'm going to go Taran Mill. I would suspect. Where's Ragnaros then? See, Ragnaros is not even in the same league. Not even close. The actual population is significantly smaller, and the actual raiding scene, whilst there is a few top guilds, there's 15 guilds that are, you know, topping out in Mythic, but just by virtue of there being significantly more, 256,000 characters on Draenor compared to 122. There's over double the characters.
Is that your wallet?
Now,
You
characters
just
don't
see.
strictly mean players.
Well,
Everybody on
they
Draenor could just have 5 alts, but you're never going to fully work that out. Isn't Taran Mill where Method are? There's a few big guilds splattered across all of them. I can't really remember. I think Echo, I think, are on Taran Mill. Method, yeah, Method are on Twisting Nether, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I can't remember. Being where the top guilds are is $. If you can get into loaning them gold, I made a killing off interest during the raids to world firsts. Yeah, you can do as well. It's not uncommon for them to turn around and be like, "Oi, goblins, we need to borrow like 10 mil. We need a gold cap or two. Can we get 20? You know, can we get a loan?" But for now, I need to do some spreadsheety stuff. Let's go. Hang on, where's beta gone? There's beta. Play Sesame. Oh, I should also tell you, this flipping Warcraft Arclight Rumble, it's annoyingly fun. It's annoyingly fun. I don't know how many of you guys will have. They did a beta wave for Arclight Rumble the other day. It's annoyingly actually quite fun. I was playing it a fair amount over the weekend, and I can give you a bit of a sneak preview that I'm probably going to make a YouTube channel for this because it's quite fun. Not touching it, not even with somebody else's hands. It's rare for you to say something is fun. It is though. It's annoyingly fun. What's Supercell's one? Is it Clash Royale? It's basically Clash Royale in disguise, but it's Clash Royale is was it Clash Royale? Yeah, Clash Royale. Clash Royale was also a game I played from the beta for probably 2 years on my phone. So it's basically that in disguise. It's, you know, it's a little mobile tower defense game. It's annoyingly fun. I'll probably, you know, here probably won't be much content for it, but I'm very much considering making a separate YouTube channel and just, you know, having that as a side, as a hobby to my main hobby, if that makes sense. When is it releasing? No idea. Played Clash Royale for years, will probably fall for Rumble. Yeah, it's the similarities are there. It's just kind of, you know, it's kind of like Hearthstone, that even if you don't particularly like the card game, Hearthstone is kind of cool just because it's all Warcraft themed, right? That's what's making Arclight Rumble look quite fun right now. It's, you know, it's just all Warcraft themed. You got like a hog rider, like the hog rider from Clash Royale is just a wolf rider. It's basically the same thing. It's quite fun. Anyway, that's neither here nor there for now. Oh, we dinged 70 with Ranthius. Oh, I'll tell you what. I was going to do spreadsheet stuff, but let's have a little bit of a look. I want to see if I can do the Spark of Ingenuity quest. Ooh, excuse me. So I got my hobby a hobby since he felt alone. Yeah, that's kind of it, right? I've always played, for the longest of times, I've always played silly little games on my phone. I always try my absolute best as well to avoid the gross levels of monetization, which very quickly restricts the amount of games that you can play on your phone, because every one of them just wants to nickel and dime you from every angle. But if you occasionally find one that's not too gross, you know, mobile gaming is a thing. Right, we have dinged level 70. This is one thing I want to try and figure out. We've dinged level 70, but we have yet to complete the campaign. Meaning that I don't think we have access to the... These are just world quests. I don't think we have access to the quest that starts the... Oh, flip. What is it called? The Engine of Ingenuity or something? Maybe we do need to finish the campaign first. This is going to be one of the criteria, right? If you finish the campaign, do you then... Or at what point can you start getting your Sparks of Ingenuity? That's the one big question I'm trying to figure out. I've done all of this very early on in the beta, in the alpha even, and the beta, to be fair, but... Why can't I do anything with you? There were about 60 guilds, 11 of 11 in Season 3 on Taran Mill, 70 on Kazakh, and Draenor only had 50. Those numbers you were looking at was Season 4. Okay. That sounds about right. Taran Mill, Kazakh, and Draenor. Yeah, see, I'm aware that they're all sort of somewhat equally paired, which is why they're, you know... Taran Mill or Draenor is in the running for me. I just need to flip a coin probably more than anything else. It could be fun being on Taran Mill. Zanzafal's on Taran Mill as well, and he's got his old army, and it would be fun to wombo combo with that. Now, most goal makers tend not to enjoy being in too close proximity with each other. But Zanzafal has a similar but different goal-making style, so it would be fine. Lazy Goalmaker is on Draenor, I believe. He's also on Sylvanas, so we're kind of, you know, on each other's realms already. Oh, I meant to pull on a thing. Oops. Oh, what? Why am I in go slow mode? What's going on?
Okay. Just use your staff on the shards instead.
Last week, you said last week that most of you, the most you get are from LFR players, so you should you not be on the realm with the most LFR players? Oh, I was more in that scenario, I was more referring to like when you're selling mythic BOEs. You know, the mythic, like, you know, the top end raid BOE market, your market there is not what people suspect. You're not selling BOEs to top tier raiders because they get them by proxy. That was just more one pretty specific example. But at the very same time, if there's bleeding edge guilds on a realm, there is going to be an uptick in LFR on that realm as well. You know, it's just a simple numbers game. You go where the people are. If you're selling something or you're trying to sell something, you go where the people are. What do you think would make a good way to make gold with engineering for Dragonflight? Engineering has slightly more potential than it usually does for gold making, but that's, in a weird way, it's that engineers could end up selling stuff to other engineers. There's so many levels of components with engineering that somebody that chooses to spec in an optimal direction for making those intermediates might end up having a very, very good market selling them to other engineers. And on top of that, the bracers are looking remarkably like something people might want. We don't. This is the problem, though, right? We don't until the tier list. Sorry, not the tier lists. Until the sims come out and until the class guides come out and the gearing lists come out, we don't really know. 90% of gold making is speculation, and you can never 100% know what's going to happen. Even with all of the knowledge and all of the information and all of the testing, you're still only guessing for the most part. So the hope is that, you know, not everybody guesses the same thing. That's the only thing you don't really want. But I think specializations will make it so that that doesn't happen. It's practically impossible for everybody to do exactly the same thing. Damn, the respawn on these is aggressive. Can you sell rousing mats? Yes. Yeah, both rousing and awakened essences are fully tradable. Is the battle res and mass battle res allowed to be used by non-engineers? A few people have asked this, and I would assume the only reason they're asking is because at some point it's been highlighted that that is the case. Honest answer is off the top of my head, I can't remember. So don't quote me on it, but if it is something that can be used by anybody and everybody, then obviously it will generate a market on the auction house for those. But, you know, same logic applies, that if everybody then tries to craft and sell those, then once again, when everybody does, soon as everybody does the same thing, nobody wins. That's usually how it goes. Normal engineering res can be used by everybody with the bracers. Okay. It's going to be a tinker that can be added to the bracers. That makes sense. On my banker, I went into the achievements, and in the wealth, I've acquired... Oh, that's a big number. What's that? 474 million gold? I should check my bank character, actually. Although I've been spread out on a few different realms, I've not piled up all of my gold just on one realm. If I had, it would probably be pretty ridiculous.
Is it that time already? You know where to find me.
What do we still need? Time walkers freed. These fellas. So I'm now leveling a druid to 60 with skinning and tailoring for properly entering 2x4s. Yeah, the meta for 2x4s will very quickly establish itself. I would suspect suspect that if you jump into Students Discord, am I even part of Students Discord? I'm not even sure if I am. If you were to jump into somebody like Students Discord, you'll probably find a few chatters amongst certain people about 2x4 farming and what's going to be the optimal way to do it. I suspect that, my suspicion is having tailoring and skinning is going to be a good combo. Because at least then you're 2x4, when you're 2x4 farming and you're killing humanoids, you'll be getting cloth. If you're killing beasts or dragonkin or the likes, you'll be able to get leather. And whilst you're doing any of it, there's the chance of world drop patterns and BOEs and any of that sort of good stuff. And I've not looked into too much detail, but boomkin is usually pretty favourable for that sort of activity. Bear tank is always historically been a good skinner. So, but that's not really my area of expertise. While I obviously know about it and know of it, I don't really do much of it myself. So, Brewmaster Monk for the statue, I guess, is always required in some shape or form. Although, is the statue meta really a thing anymore? Because hasn't the radius of the statue been, like, massively reduced? All monks can use the statue now anyways. Oh, well, that might actually help their case even more. I don't know. Like I said, I'm aware of these things, but it's not my speciality. Playing Boomiest main in Dragonflight. Can't play a main character without engineering. Got to go engineering tailoring, I guess. See, some people... yeah. Engineering had... It feels like engineering had a lot more use in Shadowlands. Mainly because of the stupid wormhole, right? But the wormhole is heavy nuked this time round. The wormhole is basically useless. Not to mention that most people probably would, you know, haven't maybe had so much practice with Dragonflight yet. You'll very quickly realise that the continent of the Dragon Isles, whilst is monstrously large, it's massive if you're on foot. Soon as you're dragon riding, and soon as you're pretty good at dragon riding, you can get from one side of the map to the other remarkably quickly. Sure, maybe not as quick as a wormhole, but let's also forget we're not being forced to fly through the capital city every time this expansion. I cannot believe Blizzard got away with that for so long. One of my biggest bugbears about the entire Shadowlands expansion was that it took 4.5 minutes to get from one zone to another. That's just gross.
At least, I think we can.
Do you have Dragonflight on your second account to have a side crafter? I do, but it's not strictly necessary. Oh, what are we still missing here? Oh, apparently nothing. What? Are we done? We're done. Okay. No, what's this? Temporal crystal chunk. Do we still need these? Oh, there we go. Now we're done. Now we're done.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, you don't strictly need Dragonflight on 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th accounts, but it will help. I suspect as well that if you want to get into... This is, you know, a little bit of guesswork once again. But if you want to get into any of the commodity markets, enchants, gems, alchemy, pretty much 100% of alchemy. If you want to be in any of those sort of professions and markets, having a character that can just stand there crafting a disgusting amount might be a bonus. I might move my alchemist onto another account just so that they can be crafting stuff in the background while I'm out doing something else. Because with the speed in which you'll be able to sell things on the region-wide auction house, your bottleneck will probably be crafting speed in some scenarios. Now, obviously, if you're smart about it, you choose when to sell your items for the most bang for the buck. Just level up more characters. Well, there's all that. All that.
We're finally free. Slay this monstrosity and take back the temple.
Do you think it's worth heavy speccing into extracting rousings for enchanting? Probably. I can't see there being... well, it's... Somebody will, and whoever does will make a bunch of gold from doing it. But once again, if everybody does,
sweet profit
there's problems there.
Mancy Wave.
Hey, whoa, Gumdrops appears. Welcome in. I do think enchanting's in a bit of a weird situation. There's, well, once again, that people have had it good with enchanting. You've been able to disenchant gear in Shadowlands for the entire expansion, and at some periods in time, the dust in enchanting has been just stupid valuable. Why? Because it went into legendaries. Everything ties back to legendaries. In Dragonflight, though, there is the slight problem that your enchanting materials are going to be used for enchants. For as long as the enchants are profitable. There's no secondary market for them, so...
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope. Get ready!
Frady with a tier 1, thank you very much, appreciate it, welcome in. Hang on, let's skip the cinematics, we don't need all of that.
Anaria Shola.
11 months now, Mr. Gumdrops, by the way. Appreciate it, my man, thank you, thank you. We'll have a birthday party next month.
Open your mind to what is yet to come. Be mindful of which threads you pull on.
Now, we are getting remarkably close to the end of the campaign here, if memory serves me correct. Meaning that we should hopefully be able to pick up the Spark of Ingenuity quest line. Oh,
It has been a time.
that's renowned supplies. Trying to work out if there's any breadcrumb quests to this.
Keep your wits about you.
We'll have some more alpha stuff to check out in the next couple of days. Interesting. I'd be
Is it time?
I have a busy week this week, but I can certainly throw an hour or two towards testing some TSM stuff.
I shall be there at once.
Yes?
The
I can help.
Right. On it.
the custom code UI thing looks pretty funky.
All that matters.
I won't say too much because I don't know how much you guys want public.
Certain if I have located the moment in time where we may find Chronon Soridormi.
How long does it take to get from 60 to 70?
On the other side.
If you assign an hour level, you'll be fine. The likelihood is that if you're just leveling, if you're just going for it, then you'll be able to do it much more efficiently than that. For reference, there's between an hour level and the speedrunners are doing it in 4 hours. So somewhere in between those two numbers, you'll
I see
probably
you
be
have a
fine.
part to play in this. Focus on the now.
Oh, wow, well, hang on. What was that? You will receive 10 of what? Elemental overflow or something? What the flipping hell was that? Huh. Okay. It's interesting that they're giving this to you initially, considering these won't be... The Primal Storms won't be available for the first 2 weeks. Odd, sure. Keep in mind that it's been done for a long time now. It's not taking priority over Dragonflight stuff. As suspected. I'm hoping for 5 to 6 hours, 60 to 70. It probably entirely possible. If you just zerg the campaign, you'll probably be fine.
Champion, I sense that Chromie is nearby. We must act quickly.
Time reveals all.
You receive 10 more elemental overflow.
Need help? Call on me and I will be there.
10 more elemental overflow. Okay, this is new. They seem to be giving you a splattering of this materials. You'll likely come across some of this way before you actually need or use it. What were you doing? Are we just killing stuff? I guess we're just killing stuff. Let's kill things. Oh, not getting hit. Oh, these are elites and all. Okay. I need to remember to not pull the entire map if these dudes are elites. Are you able to go to the Dragon Isles or beta? It keeps teleporting me out. Yeah, you need to make a character that's not on the Valdrakken server. There are no pre-made level 70s on the Leveling Realms. This is something that's been clearly a choice by Blizzard. I can't quite work out why. I mean, I have my suspicions. You know, the cynical Mantheus will say that it's probably because they don't want people testing the end game of Dragonflight too aggressively, since there's not that much of it. Yeah, if you want to level on the leveling servers, you have to start at 60. You can import your character from retail if you want a closer to reality type test. But there's no pre-made level 70s for testing, which is why we have to do silly things like this, like actually level up characters to test the end game on the beta. Yeah, annoying, but it's a thing. Oh, my pet got nuked. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pulled... Yeah, I literally 2 minutes ago said I probably shouldn't pull the entire world, but I did it anyway. Oh, these guys are not just elites. These guys mean business. Okay. That makes me think I probably shouldn't actually be even trying to kill him. This little instance bit, though, you know, this feels as if it could be heavily farmed. This might end up being one of those interesting little don't go past this stage in the campaign type little leveling areas, because I wonder if you can get back to this area after you've completed this campaign chapter. The alternate time. Oh, you can get back here. Oh, okay. That's fine then. Is there actually not much endgame content compared to other patches? It's kind of Blizzard are in a bit of a catch-22 position, right? Because if they make a whole bunch of stuff for you to do, Blizzard also then feel very incentivized to reward you in some way, shape or form for going out and doing it. Which is an inherent problem with the design of the game, if I'm honest, but it is a thing. Players tend to avoid things that aren't rewarding them for doing it. And this is because the rest of the game rewards you for doing practically everything. That in itself is a vicious cycle. But my point here is that there is less to do once you hit level 70, probably because everybody complained that they didn't want to have a big long jobs list of things to do every week. So it's kind of it is a rock and a hard place situation a little bit here. There's not, there's not a huge amount of things to do once you hit level 70 outside of the normal, maybe go do some Mythic Plus now, or maybe go kill the raid. The instance stuff. Instant stuff is still there. World content, though, let's not forget, even Shadowlands launched with an end game zone. Sure, it was the Maw and everybody hated it, but there isn't an end game zone in Dragonflight. You still just have the 4 zones that you level in. There will be the elemental storms, which is a thing that most people might want to look at doing a few times each week, but they don't kick off until the season starts. For some reason, they've held them back until the season starts. Really not sure why, because it seems like a very obvious thing to be doing in the first couple of weeks. But whatever. There's a few little side areas and odd bits and pieces you can do, like the Cobalt Assembly, for example. There's a little area around here. There's even a sub-faction for those guys. But through testing, it didn't seem much more than an afternoon or so's worth of effort there to get it completed. So it's a bit of an odd one. It's a bit weird. I think this could be, if I was to put anything in my predictions video, one thing I would put in my predictions video very, very high up the list is that I think people will get bored with Dragonflight super fast. That's not to take away from that, Dragonflight is still really good expansion, but that doesn't mean I don't think that people won't get bored of it fast. I don't think the professions will appeal to enough people. Professions appeal to us lot because, we're the target market for it. But I don't think that it'll appeal to enough people for it to be something that keeps people busy. Because the reality is that it's actually, most of it's just a rep grind. There's not strictly, you look at Legion, I was really hoping it would be more Legion-esque. You look at Legion and this area is really good for rousing frost, by the way. You look at Legion and every profession had its quest chain and stuff. Crafting was more of a pillar of content in Legion than it's appearing to be in Dragonflight. Now, I don't know if that's because they're, like I said, they launch everything at the start of an expansion. Everything's new. Maybe they're not blowing their load too quickly. Maybe 10.1 is going to come out quite quickly, and there's going to be, actual profession quest chains for each and every profession to really solidify its position as a pillar of content. But the only content that crafting kind of has now is the new way of leveling up and then a rep grind. It's not really what I would consider content right now. Show map, please. We're over in the Temporal Conflux area. So yeah, what one prediction is that I do feel that people will get to a point where they'll be they'll be done with Dragonflight quite quickly. The question is though, is if they enjoy leveling enough the first time, is doing everything again on an alt going to be appealing enough to keep people busy in that way, shape or form? And it might do. It might do. But yeah, I do think people will quote unquote complete Dragonflight quick enough to... Oh lord, that's not good. They'll complete Dragonflight quick enough that, you know, people will get... There's a good month or so of gameplay here for most people. Month, maybe 2, because let's not forget that the Creation Catalyst doesn't even kick in until 8 weeks after the launch. We're going to be drip-fed Sparks of Ingenuity for the first 8 weeks as well. Only after that do I think that we'll have the ability to, you know, actually get up to speed with crafting gear. These days people seem to want games that they get tired of quickly so they can go play someone else. The people who aren't like that are the people who are doing Mythic Plus and PvP and whatever anyway. See, this is it. This is it. I've had this opinion for a long time that sooner, the quicker Blizzard can come to realise that not everybody wants to play their game 24/7, 365. That they do want to go out and play other games, but more importantly, they want to be able to get to a point in World of Warcraft where they can say, right, now for this season, for this patch, I'm done. I'll go play someone else for a while, and they want to feel as if they're not losing out on anything by doing that. You know, and if they leave on good terms, they'll come back more than willingly.
Let's make sweet profit together.
At least that's the plan.
Wave.
How we doing, Lopan? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Goddamn pet's dead again. What the sparks from? Well, you get them initially from a quest chain. I'm trying to figure out exactly when we get the first one. Because I think it requires you to have completed the campaign and to have dinged level 70 before you have access to the first one. Well, I know that's the case. I'm just still trying to work out exactly when that happens. Our second one is not going to come until the season starts, so it'll be 2 weeks after launch where we get our second one. If everything stays the same. Right now, there's been a bit of backlash about that, considering if you only get 1 Spark of Ingenuity before the raid comes out, well, what about the people who want to craft a 2-handed weapon, for example, that has 2 Sparks of Ingenuity? Are they just meant to wait, and are they just going to meant to wait until the raid's already out before they craft their weapon? I think it might be a thing that Blizzard makes it so that we get the second Spark of Ingenuity, or they just give us 2 at the beginning. So you can either choose to have 2 pieces of crafted gear, or you can use your sparks to make 1 big weapon sort of thing. Requires Chromie and Eternus. What's...
We do not have time to dally.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh! We're slipping away! Hurry!
Do you think they'll do something with the Sparks of Ingenuity table to recycle stuff like BFA? I don't think so. It doesn't feel like they would do anything like that, to be honest. But you never know. where is my renown level? Valdrakken is now renown 6. I think Dragon Scale Expedition and Valdrakken I think I'm getting double the renown anyway, because I've leveled these up on other characters.
What do you require? There is much to do.
The fact that you can recraft items in the future patches, I assume, makes crafted gear so much more useful, at least for embellished items that end up actually being good. Well, recrafting is a thing straight away, but to do a recraft in the first patch, you're going to need to find a crafter to do it for you. You're only going to have access to personal and guild orders for recrafting when the expansion launches. With Blizzard have already said that it's their plan to allow for public recraft orders at a later date. But there's clearly some complications with that to begin with. Where do I hand this quest in? Return to Nozdormu at the present. Oh, okay. Read the quest text.
Our final meeting.
The Felndrake Twitch drop is for the launch of the expansion.
You balance upon the cusp of destiny. Another time, perhaps. The future Andante Normu. You shall hold the second portal open. It is a strange place. I imagine you will find it fascinating.
Is there a limit on how many crafting orders I can fulfill? Public ones, yes. Personal ones, no. If if you find somebody that wants something crafted, they can send you a personal order, and you're up and you can do those to your heart's content. But if you want to just load up and fill public orders, there's a limit to that. The limit is currently 10 per day and allows you to stack up to 30. But it's already been sort of confirmed that that number might change. But there was no indication to what it might change to, other than down. I think they're using the public order limit as a way to sort of semi-control supply and demand. I think it's personally a terrible way of trying to achieve that. The easier way to do that would be to let people sell the damn things on the auction house and let supply and demand control itself. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I suspect that we might not be able to actually fulfill more than like 4 or 5, 2, 3, 4, 5 crafting orders a day on the public side of things. It'll just mean that, standing around, screaming and shouting in trade chat will become the meta, annoyingly. I'm going to do something with this, just touch it or something, I guess. Is there a way of getting around the cancel scan meta? Well, yes and no, because it's not like the cancel scan meta's going anywhere. it's just different. And it's also quite funny to me that their way of fixing the cancel scan meta was just to basically remove some people's ability to sell anything. Because, like, okay, so you don't like cancel scanning for the chance of making a sale. Well, how about you just don't have the chance to make a sale then? It's a very backwards way of trying to fix. And I don't think their goal was to fix the cancel scan meta. The cancel scan meta was only a thing because crafting was so powerful. Dragonflight is not an expansion where crafting is anywhere near as powerful. It'll be good, There's no doubt about it. It'll be good, but it won't be Shadowlands level good. Not from a profitability standpoint. Yeah, I have many opinions on that topic. Probably not all of which I'm too keen to go into in detail. Is it worth doing herbalism and mining until the main city, then dropping them for crafting professions? Nothing's stopping you doing it. It's pretty true that the early days for materials will probably be their high point. Are you sure? They keep complaining about the load that cancel scanning puts on servers, and we've seen for ourselves all the work that they've had to do to improve the auction house and make it less broken. Cancel scanning doesn't play much of a part in that at all, honestly. It's like the actual server load that's generated by cancel scanning is minimal. Right, where's the last... Oh, okay. We've got to save this dude, apparently. No, there's more moats. Do we do anything with him? Oh, that's why I can't mount up in here, because there's no... I was like, why can't I mount up in here? And it's because I haven't got my keybound set. That would be why. But there's
Perhaps this time they will be successful.
pretty much every time Blizzard gives you something, they almost have to take something away from you. Nothing is free. There's no free dinners. If you know, and this is why you know, verbal sparring's kind of right with this. Like, giving you the ability to wear a lot more crafted gear is at the cost of it being far more convoluted to get it. And that convoluted process had to make sure that it also that it could not be gamed by gold either. Which is why Sparks of Ingenuity are a thing, right? Sparks of Ingenuity become the bottleneck for people to equip crafted gear. Now, people will be able to fully kit themselves out in crafted gear eventually, but what Blizzard need to do is make sure that that takes long enough that by the time that people do have the ability to do it, its impact is minimalized. You know, they'll let people wear a full set of crafted gear so that they can say that, look, you can wear a full set of crafted gear, but it will happen 10 minutes before they launch a new patch and all that gear is, you know, out of date anyway. So this is why Sparks of Ingenuity are a thing. There's always a kiss curse. It's what I like to call the Blizzard butt. They will oh, you would like this. Okay, but you can have this, but this is what it's going to cost you, sort of thing. And that's, you could argue it's all done in the name of balance and fairness, because we live in one of those weird worlds where everything has to be fair now. Apparently putting more time into a video game is not enough anymore. I still wish, you know, I wish in many scenarios that those that play the game for 18 hours a day would actually have a sizable advantage to those that log on and play for 2 hours a day, but no, this is the world we live in.
We will find time.
Oh, I got an epic Heart of Asmaloth. Oh no, that means I'm actually going to end up wearing this. That's actually a sizable upgrade. That rolling epic's actually quite good. What's cancel scanning? If you don't know, you don't want to know. Trust me. put it simply, it's the process of repeatedly cancelling off your listed auctions that have been undercut to repost them to keep your listings at the front of the queue. Now, of course, when many people are trying to do that all at the same time, it means that your auctions get undercut within seconds of you listing them, and you just get into this vicious cycle of constantly cancel scanning, removing your auctions, and then putting them back up again. I don't know what we're doing here. Let's just press buttons. Number 1, cast a bolt made of fish. Number 2, shower the enemy in toxic guts. Number 3, call on your fellows to do a thing. Yeah, this is just one of those press all of the buttons. Maybe not let people take down an auction until a certain time has passed. Don't waste your time trying to fix it. Like, honestly, these conversations, this is why I don't like talking about cancel scanning much. These conversations go round in a circle. For every positive change, there's a negative outcome somewhere else. This is why cancel scanning is a thing that cannot easily be rectified. Every possible solution has been put forward, and it works in some scenarios but not others. This is why Blizzard doesn't touch these things. The one thing that Blizzard have done really, really well over the 15 plus years of this game being out is that they don't touch the economy very much. And the fact that they don't have much input into the economy is why it self-balances itself. Soon as Blizzard start putting in extra restrictions, or they put in price bracketing, or the more input Blizzard themselves have into the economy and how people price things and how people can go about trading things, the more likely that it is that it's just going to be yet actually more lopsided and ultimately broken. Blizzard have been able to maintain a thriving economy in this game by doing only 2 very simple things. They control the amount of gold that comes into the game, and they control the amount of gold that goes out of the game. Everything that happens in the middle is left to the players to just do, right? They take a very, very hands-off approach, and that is why, over the years, it's been relatively stable.
Focus. Time is of the essence, champion.
They control the gold that comes in, and they control the gold that goes out. This is why, you know, things like vendor shuffles tend to get nerfed pretty quickly. If there's a farming spot that's generating far too many things, that's an input. They nerf the inputs, and they also then control the amount of gold that goes out. You know, by things like repair costs, by up 5% auction house fees. These are things that take gold out of the game. Control what goes in and control what goes out, but let players do what they want in the middle, and it's been a formula that's worked remarkably well. This is why Dragonflight's a bit of a risk, because they're taking far more of a decisive approach to how the economy is going to work, and it's risky because it might not pay off. For anybody that's played other games that have used a similar system to what Dragonflight is looking to implement, they've not all turned out very well. Either they cause rapid inflation, or they are super popular for 10 minutes and then absolute biggest waste of your time thereafter. There's lots of risks with this. New World is a really good example. New World is super fun for the professions for a while, but they quickly die a death, and when they're dead, they're dead. There's no reviving them. Accepting this quest will begin a timer? Okay, maybe I need to pay attention to this. We must act quickly to catch up to Ambassador, and I mean quite literally. Zara and I will do what we can to speed up our process, but it's imperative we avoid entangling with this time period as much as possible. To do so will slow us down, and we may not be able to catch the ambassador before she's lost to Nosdormu's magic. Race through time, following Chromie and Eternius' path. Alright, sure.
and I will do what we can to speed our path through.
3 minutes. Surely we can do bits in 3 minutes, right? Right, apologise. Whoa! Can they maybe spawn in before I get near them? Oh. Oh, we're not done yet. I was like, I got to do... That was much quicker than... I didn't need 3 minutes to do that. Boom. Super speedy. Oh my god, we're still going. I think I broke that. I don't think I was meant to still be running fast. Nothing loaded in. Did I break it? I think I broke it. I did all the zooms before. Oh lord. Oh dear. I did all the zooms before I was meant to. Yeah? Be right back. 2 minutes, boys and girls. Hang on. Emergencies. Oh, Lord. Right, we're back. We're back. Fun times. Fun times. Just had to put it nicely, me doggo has got a funny stomach. Doggo's eaten something she shouldn't have eaten. Clearly. I got teleported back after 3 minutes. It looks like it. Looks like we weren't too aggressively on the clock. That's a proper... No, there was no arguments. You know, sometimes you just got to quickly go and deal with things, you know. Good old adulting. Oh, right, okay.
Is it that time already?
Try to reach Chromie time. Skip ahead of the campaign chapter to where Chromie is.
I'll be deep in my books.
Oh, so I don't even have to do this.
It has been a
Did it give me that option last time?
You know where to
I'll
find
take the
it.
skip. Oh. Well, that's an easy solution. Run, fail, and then instantly get ported. Sure.
For now, you will find time.
Unleash the magic against airby nearby. Okay.
Past, right?
Yes. From before the Titans found Azeroth. This is when the elemental lords made war on the Black Empire of the Old Gods.
Did I break it? Oh. Send me back. Where are we going? Over this way. Right, kill things. Let's go, go, go. Oh, Lord. These things hit hard. Oh, Lord. What have I done? I've pulled way too much here. Luckily, pet does pet things and we're fine. Beautiful. I'm once again wasting an awful lot of time just playing the game again. I've got a laundry list of things I should be doing this week. One of them isn't this, but this is fun. I see I'm really getting the Dragonflight itch. The bug is kicking in. Where I'm finding it very hard to put the game down. Although one thing I'm not looking forward to is doing this on my mage. I'm afraid it might be contagious. I think it is. I think it is. But this is why I don't test everything. This is why I focus on a couple of key areas and do what I can do in those areas, but I don't test everything. It's why I don't look at the dungeons. I don't play test the dungeons. I've not stepped foot in a single dungeon in Dragonflight through the alpha or the beta progress. Simply because there is some things that I like to keep, you know, somewhat new. They're putting the beta on the PTR today, right? A new build? Not to my understanding. They're doing a launch test. There's a new realm that's popped up on the beta for those that have access to the beta. There's a new realm that's turned up, which is to supposedly simulate the expansion launch. They're going to port everybody to Stormwind and Orgrimmar. They're going to set everybody to level 60, and they're going to just say, right, go. Probably a bit of a stress test to just check that, you know, the boats don't die, or if there's any critical errors or anything like that in the early staging. It's going to last like literally only an hour, so people are going to get into the first zone. They want to see what the zone, you know, probably how Dragon Isles reacts to having everybody in one zone. But I'm not aware of them turning the beta into PTR. That's probably not a thing. I got beta on Saturday. I'm assuming they sent out a lot of new invites. They tend to just pretty much flood basically anybody that wants it at this point. Access to the beta. Now, it feels bad, man, if that's still not you, but I don't know how their selection process works. The first Zeppelin to Dragon Isles is going to be Noah's Ark, pretty much. Although people will be going in more than 2 by 2, I can tell you that. Alright, here we go. This is maybe the third time we can go boop. One person in our friend group never got beta. It's been kind of awkward for dungeons since we're 4-manning without him. Oops.
We'll meet again. Good luck on your next
Why can't I talk to Chromie? You're looking at me, Chromie. Let me say hi to you. There we go. Where are we going? Oh, we just defend stuff. Pew pew things.
If only your mortal was so timely as well.
So grumpy. I believe in you.
This one's bugged out on you as well. I can safely say I've only done this once before, so I don't have a lot to go by. The fact that Chromie has a gnome voice while she's a big ass dragon's a bit jarring. That's actually true. But what kind of voice would you give her? You're not gonna, I don't know. I don't know. Chromie, now voiced by Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I don't know, what would you do? What better voice could she have? Clicked on the stream to say thanks for the info vids, then got hit with a Nihilotha PTSD. Sorry. Sorry.
Almost done.
Have a cutscene. Have another cutscene. I'll skip the cutscenes for now. We're too late in the campaign for me to be showing the cutscenes on stream. Voiced by the guy that does all the action movie trailers. Yeah.
It's like meeting again for the first time. It's been a pleasure.
The sands of time are plentiful, but precious.
Uncanny pocket watch.
Certain
Yoink.
events are
Oh, look.
inevitable.
Oh, look. Adventure mode unlocks access to adventure mode within the Dragon Isles. See, technically, we've already unlocked that. But I unlocked it on a character way before it said you unlock it. Speak to Alex Straza at the seat of the aspect in Valdrakken. You get a 333 ring. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying for Dawn Crafters, isn't it? That's annoying. They give you a free 333 ring when you complete the campaign, which every man and their dog is going to do. Okay, that's annoying.
The future will unfold as it was meant to.
Where are we going? Back to Valdrakken? Yeah, okay. Let's go then. What item level ring do Dawn Crafters make? It's a good question. I can't actually remember exactly. But either way, the fact that you get given one right at the end of the campaign for free is never going to help. Right then.
All life is worth saving.
Give freaking cloaks. Yeah, that might not be the worst idea. Adventure. Oh! Oh! Screenshot? What's this? Campaign complete. World quests unlocked. The Dragon Isles needs your aid. Check your map for a range of new activities. Adventure mode is unlocked. Your future characters can do the Dragon Isle zones in any order, and you have access to world quests immediately. Aid the factions. Gain renown with the major factions of the Dragon Isles and prepare for the conflict ahead. This has been here for a while. It might have been. I've just not dinged level 70 since probably the first week on the beta, so... Interesting splash screen all the same. Does that now literally just say, right, okay, see you later, peace out? Does that not... Is the... So, we're on chapter 1 out of something, the Dragon Isles Emissary. Now, you would expect at this point there to be a little mark on your map of where you should technically go, or where you should technically do something next. Now, you're obviously going to just pick up all of the quests from these guys, but they're not.
Friend.
Tour the grounds of Agathar Academy. 346 shoulder plate, 346 back piece, or 346 ring. So you could double up on rings. Okay.
Good luck.
Hang on, I need to do something about this bag space. This is gross. Bag space is going to be a real problem. What of this can I just get rid of? Why have I got a whole bunch of 340? Oh, that's probably why I've got a whole bunch of 340s. I can equip them now. That's an upgrade. Go. Looked better than my bags. $292? No. Oh, a helm. 343. That gets equipped. Yay, a bag cleaning stream. Just what everybody wants to watch. Why have I got a bunch of potions? Oh, these are from treasures, of course. I forget looting treasures gives you potions. Basic ones anyway, nothing fancy. Want to do Blizzard Solid and try changing talents whilst flying? They forgot a translation token on retail, but you need to go through 1 million links to report a bug on retail. Oh. I don't really know what you mean. So probably not. Make some clicky noises with your mouth. Cleaning ASMR stream. Hop on a flying mount and try to change talents. Right. Oh, is this just some text? If it's just a text bug, I'm not bothered. Right. So, where do we get... Hang on, what are you saying to begin with? Where do we get... Okay, a bunch of renowned supplies. Yoink. Where do we get the Spark of Ingenuity quest from, then? To begin that. I would have thought that... In fact, I wonder if it's weirded out. I wonder if it's bugged out, the fact that I still have this Dragon Isles Awaits quest. Maybe I need to go back to Stormwind and get that one completed. Maybe that's a prerequisite, which was only added after I made this character. Because there's the Spark of Ingenuity. When you ding level 70 and have completed the campaign, should do something to unlock this area. Or at least a quest that sends you here to look at what's going on.
Both, I hope.
What's up?
Alright, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Thank you, thank you.
Keep your ear to the ground.
But I can't work out what triggers the quest for it. I'm level 70 and I've completed the campaign, so surely I should be good to go. I reckon this thing is doing some madness. I reckon I need to go back to Stormwind and fix this. Let's maybe also change our Hearthstone location. Which one of these is the inn? Here we go. Oh! There's a twinkly quest that says discarded note. What are you about? Okay. Right, let me first get this sorted. Make this my home. Let's head back to... Oh! Easier said than done. Portals? Why do I not know where the portals are? Hang on. Portal to Jade Forest. Portal to Dalaran. Portal to Shadowmoon Valley. Why do I not have a portal to Stormwind? I mean, I guess I can go via Dalaran. Sure. Oh, it's in the building? Ah. Oh, yeah. I know where it is now. Okay. I'll go this way as I'm here. It's fine. We'll take the scenic route. Right. Yeah, I reckon I need to actually complete these intro quests first. Hope Blizzard fixes the Mechanome racial. Can't use them as an anvil at the moment. Have they broken more stuff? Mechanomes are quite cool. I like the Mechanome class. Or the race, I should say.
Ah, here is the hero I spoke of. Every action has consequences.
Oh, Rathian, we've done all of this business 12 times. Done all of this like 500 times on retail recently.
Spotted some promising crew members as I was flying over the city. Round them up and let's get to it.
Round them up. Right, there's one down here.
Fire away! May your flame burn. New adventures! Oh,
One over this way.
when there's work to be done, my hammer's always ready.
Need to start my retail event rep grind tonight. Well, luckily it doesn't take you very long. You can pretty much do the entire thing in about an hour.
Room, please. My admirers.
And dependent on
Duty calls. Now,
dependent on how much you care for transmog, it may take you slightly longer or slightly less time. I think I got the transmog for like I think I technically still need the leather transmog, but I really don't know if I can be bothered to go and do it.
Cogs and sprockets.
I have miscalculated.
You best don't panic. We've prepared for the expedition to the Dragon Isles.
Got to gear up like 8 alts though. If you're gearing up a bunch of characters, it's probably about an hour per character, I'd reckon. Something along those lines. It really doesn't take you too long. I actually think that making new characters, doing the intro quests, getting the like plus 30 tokens quickly off those first characters to begin with, is probably a more efficient way to grind out the currency than actually grinding it out.
This is a friend, not a foe.
Because you can do it with class trial characters as well.
It is, old world. Apologies for my abrupt arrival, but the news I bring cannot wait for pleasantries.
Never let your guard down.
Let's get moving. The expedition boat shouldn't be long now. Make a friend or two while you wait for it.
Right, there we go. Now we've dinged level 70, we can actually get the 2 Dragon Isles quest. Makes perfect sense. Okay. Let's wait for this boat to turn up then. Is the rep for the factions in Dragonflight grindable? Yeah. To a degree.
Proudmore's finest, at your service.
There are many activities you can do in Dragonflight that might reward you an artifact. Each of the factions has their own artifact, and you can repeatedly turn in as many artifacts as you have. This does kind of mean that you can continuously grind rep, but it, you know, there's diminishing returns to it. That if you're trying to grind rep by doing nothing more than farming artifacts, it's a super inefficient way of doing it. Here we go, like Centaur hunting trophies, Dragon Isles artifact, Titan relics, these are also a artifact. We have the Dragon Isles artifacts themselves, which are for the Dragon Scale Expedition. You can repeatedly hand these in, and there are ways and means of repeatedly getting them as well. You'll probably want to do about 4 to 5 hunts a week. Anything after that's really not worth it. I suspect it's... I've not playtested this in too much detail, and it's hard to simulate on the beta, but I suspect that flying around, killing all of the rares every day will also be a very good way of leveling up the centaurs. And I would not be surprised if you start to see, you know, rare killing World Tour raids being put together to just fly around and just kill all of the rares that they possibly can to get as many of these things as you can. The Centaur hunting trophies frequently drops from killing rares, and I'm sure there'll be smart people that find other ways to get these as well. How do I become VIP, and how does supporting favourite Twitch streamers using Prime Gaming? I use Prime for everything but new to Twitch. Yeah, VIP is dished out by me personally. There's no easy way to just acquire it, but it doesn't do anything either. It's just a flashy badge next to your name. You can support, you know, if you sub to a stream, you get ad-free viewing, is one of the benefits. You get emotes to use and stuff like that as well. God, where's this goddamn boat? How long's left? 25 seconds till the boat turns up. Can we see it yet? Here it comes. Here it comes.
Dragon scale. All aboard for adventure, my friends.
Corkscrews.
What are the sources of reputation in Dragonflight that need to be done daily or weekly? Is it only the zone world quests? How many are up at any given time? How long would it take one character to do one faction per day? What about all 4 factions? Are there rares you need to farm for renown too? Lots of questions. The simple answer is I wouldn't worry about it too much, honestly. Rep grinding is one of those things that it's an activity that I don't particularly suggest people do. The rewards that you gain through the reputations. Now, I know crafters are quite keen to grind rep quite quickly because it unlocks new patterns. But there's a caveat to all of this. The recipes that you get through the renown trees, through grinding reputation in Dragonflight, pretty much are what you'd consider crafter beneficial recipes. You unlock a lot of the top tier profession tools, the profession accessories, this sort of stuff. There's no like big ticket, there's not that many like big ticket items that people are going to be desperately waiting for. You could argue that there's like not even anything that even really qualifies even as player power too much through any of this. So whilst it will be, you know, whilst it will be a good thing to just get that renown and get the reputation done quickly, I equally cannot really recommend people go hardcore grinding it out. And it's not like Zereth Mortis, where we wanted to know exactly how much reputation we could get and how quickly we could get it. The reason we did, you know, disgusting things in Zerith Mortis to grind rep was because the reward at the end was player power, right? You unlocked a pattern, you unlocked Crafter's Mark, and that gave people player power. People wanted that. The carrot on the end of the stick was very powerful. There's not really so much that's that powerful locked behind Renown, even the recipes, to be honest. There are a few odd bits and pieces, like Jewel Crafters, for example. A couple of their trinkets are locked quite deep below the Renown. But the trinkets then also don't look particularly special, especially in a world where we have Dark Moon decks. So it's one of those. There's a number of epic weapons for blacksmithing. Yeah, like I said, it's not a hard and fast rule, but most of what you have is not really something that I'd recommend going too far out of your way for.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, explorers.
Come on, wild feathers, off to the next adventure.
I'm not entirely sure why these quests are still a thing now. Can we... wait, how do we... oh, there we go. So you can say, how do I actually complete this quest?
Well, look what the wind blew in. Adventure calls, and we will answer.
Surely I did all of these quests. Or maybe these have been added even after I've completed this character.
Keep those irons in the fire.
What adventure brings you here? Can I join?
The obsidian borders.
Or maybe I did cheat mode my way here at the... I don't know, I can't remember.
Ragnarok said he would meet us at the embassy atop the hill.
This is weird doing this at level 70.
If it is, then I will be ready to defend my...
Are these things still skinnable though, by the way? Oh, these are still skinnable. Oh lord. I was half expecting these mobs to not be skinnable by the time the game goes live. Because these proto-whelps in the first zone alone are going to supply the entire server with more leather than it knows what to do with for the entire expansion. Until it gets nerfed. This is going to be one vital factor to the price of materials diminishing fast. Super speedy. At least these little ones only give grey items now, not actual leather. But the primal proto-drakes still skin for proper leather. They do scale with your level as well, though. Do you reckon level 61 skinning is going to be the meta again? There's because if you remember at the beginning of Shadowlands, it was more optimal by quite a way to skin on a level 61 character that was geared from BFA. Because of the way that mob scaling works, right? When you first ding level 70, you're max level, but you are significantly weaker than how you stepped foot into the zone, into the expansion. The fact that these track with your level might mean if your skinner's currently rolling in high item level gear, your time to kill on these mobs could be like a fraction of what it would take, of what it would be at level 70. It's another one of those weird optimizations that is a thing because of a mechanic in the game that was not really intended for that purpose. Do you think some professions are so good it's worth stacking multiple of? No. No. Not unless you have some magical ability to find a 25th hour in the day. From very early on, I've suggested against multi-stacking professions. You are significantly better off covering more professions than you are double dipping on certain professions. If you have the alts available and have the time to play those alts as well. Now, this is just one man's opinion, and I'm quite sure there'll be people that will not take that advice and will still do very, very well for themselves. But I don't think it's particularly the best route to go. And I should also point out that even within like the content creation space, there are clearly people that share different opinions. There are definitely some people out there that favour the use of like alt armies for making their gold rather than you know, people do things in different ways. I tend to try and spread my markets wide and far rather than super deep and super narrow. Do we have everything we need here? What are we missing out? Oh, I need to rescue 3 dudes. I forgot about this bit. It feels very weird doing intro quests when I've dinged level 70, but I think these are prerequisite quests for me to unlocking the last bit. I'm doing this all out of order, but, you know, beta reasons. And I do appreciate that people have, due to mission tables, primarily, ended up with a lot more characters than going into this expansion than they probably would have done in the past. And are obviously keen to be reimbursed for that time and effort that went into doing that. I've not looked into it in too much. I might take a little look at tailoring, actually. Tailoring is appearing to be one of the prime candidates for alt army shenanigans. Am I stuck in a tree? Stupid dragon. The Chrono Cloth and the, what's it called? The Azurweave daily crafts are, at face value, obvious candidates for some alt army shenanigans.
We fight for a new future.
I tend to think, though, that it may not necessarily be that great of an idea or really even that viable, because your prerogative as a crafter is to make and use these daily cooldowns to make the best quality materials you can with them. And the problem you might have is on an alt army, a character that's sole purpose is to log on once a day to click a button to get a material is very, very unlikely to be the same character that is also producing top quality materials. You're likely, sure, it's a click of a button every day, but your crafting cost for said clicking of the button is going to be exactly the same crafting cost as somebody that's very well trained in that profession. And the person who's very well trained in the profession is going to get a higher quality piece of, well, a higher quality material from doing it, and in turn may just make the whole alt army thing sort of surplus to requirement. Because it will be overly expensive whilst at the very same time producing lesser quality than everybody else. But who knows? That's just, you know, the logic behind it. Where's this last fella that I'm meant to be saving? Oh, no, apparently I have done it. What's going on here? Why can't I hand in these quests? Have I bugged this entire system out because I'm now doing this way after I should have been? Where's the fellas gone? I Okay, this is dumb. Yeah, I think this is just a bit broken because these quests have been implemented after I made the character. What are you expecting me to hand in? Aiding the Accord, Dragonbane Keep. Yeah, I think it's this is just a bit scuffed.
How can I help? Always glad to help. Dionysa Ka.
I think Zan's advocating for jewel crafting and alchemy as the alt army professions. Like I said, on paper it makes sense. In paper it makes sense, but the question is how is your crafting cost going to differ? You know, if you have if it costs you 100 gold to press the daily cooldown button, and you on an alt press your daily cooldown button, and that 100 gold gets turned into an item that is then worth only quality 1 and only worth 10 gold, then all of a sudden it's not worth doing. But if you are the expert crafter in your field, because you actually play that character, you have considerably more skill points in the profession. It costs you 100 gold to press that daily button. You press the button, but it gives you an item that's worth 500 gold. All of a sudden it's worthwhile because you create them at higher quality. You create them at the quality that people want. Nobody wants that cheap shit. And hence why it's lesser in value. I don't know. I've not looked into it. But there's more to it than what there once was, which is why I'm questioning it more than anything. Meet Scale Mander Azrael in the Wingrest Embassy. Oh. It still says we're meant to be around here somewhere. Wouldn't you over time on that alt be able to get those points to make quality 3 though? Yeah, if you are actually actively playing that character. Like, this is kind of... You might do, but there might be a lot more of a process to it. You know, people want that. People are always hunting down the most minimal effort solution, which is, oh, I have this alt that I don't play. For example, we see it. I've seen it 500 times in the last month. People asking, can I be optimal at crafting if I don't level up to 70? And it seems like such an obvious answer, but no, of course you can't. There is some stuff you can do at level 58, but you're sure as shit not going to be optimal. You're never going to perform better than somebody that actually plays that class, plays that character, levels up, and spends time within the profession. The whole, you know, cooldown alt thing may not necessarily be as lucrative as it once has been. But the reason it's worked in the past is because crafting costs were never varied, right? End quality result items were never varied. Now this quality system comes into play, and you add on spec trees and different variances of skill. It pushes everything in the direction of those that actually play with the characters will be the ones that make gold. There might not be any free dinners with Dragonflight. Mission table gone. Why would you think the mission table's gone? It was a free dinner that Blizzard didn't want people taking advantage of day in, day out, multiple times. Callings was a bit of a free dinner, not strictly a free dinner, but you know, you're doing a few world quests and then you get a box of gold and then you log off that character. Cooldown alts. You've leveled an alt that you're not really doing anything with. You log on to it for 3 seconds once every day, click a button, make 300-400 gold. Another free dinner might not end up being a thing. The specializations and the way that the crafting system has been developed for Shadowlands pushes it greatly in the direction of, if you want to get the best from your profession, or anything at all, you need to at least be putting in a minimal amount of effort with them. I feel is the impression that I get from everything that we've seen. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? That, you know, the players who play the game and put in the effort in certain areas should be the ones that come out with an advantage. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm bouncing around. I want to try and get these finished. I really, really want to know where the flipping hell I turn these quests in. Or whether my game is just a bit scuffed because I shouldn't be doing this right now. Could be a phasing issue. Because they should be standing here, but they're not. I think the character might just be a little bit balked.
This area is secure. Interested in a new project? Okay, back to work.
In that case, I can't really easily figure out how or where we get the next quest line to start the Sparks of Ingenuity thing. What have I got in my quest log? Some dungeon quests shouldn't make a difference. Random rare quest, a couple of random weekly quests, some more dungeon quests, and some profession quests. There's nothing in my quest log that should indicate maybe I do. See, now this is the weekly meta quest. Do I maybe need to complete that the first time? I might try a relog as well. See if these guys show up. Any word on the street if TSM will hand on crafting stats, or are we going to have to do custom price formulas to factor them in? I would suspect that in the early days you'll have to factor them in yourself. The honest answer is I don't know. What we do know though is that Trade School Master has got a new version of the add-on in development currently, which is going into testing now. I'll hopefully get my hands on the new version of it to have a little bit of a poke about and see what's what with it. And once I know, I'll let you guys know. I haven't done those quests, still managed to get the Spark quest. Well, this is what I assumed. But there's something a bit weird going on. Oh, okay. Let's try that again. My initial plan is to have each alt starting the profession in each tree. In other words, armor smith, one alt, weaponsmith, the next alt, etc. That doesn't. That's not going to get you very far. Because that's not how the profession trees work. The profession trees are not in a box. They're not exclusive. You need to be optimal in any market, you need to put some points in one tree, some points in another tree, for example. There's certain nodes in certain trees that are almost must-have nodes. The system can't quite be gamed that easily. Most professions have like a generic spec tree, And within that generic spec tree, there's usually one node that's almost mandatory for whatever you're planning on specializing in. There's usually a node that and the reason why is because it has a higher than average reward for each and every knowledge point that you spend in it. If there's a skill node somewhere in a spec tree that gives you one skill for every knowledge that you spend, there's usually a generic node that might give you 1.5 skill for every knowledge that you spend overall, which makes it a highly efficient node to pick up regardless to where you're specializing. Yeah, there's more thought that needs to be put into it, I would say. It will make a lot more sense when you start looking at it in detail. And the thing is we'll have time to do this, right? You're only going to get, I don't know, 12, 15, maybe 18 knowledge points a week. So where you spend them, you'll have plenty of time to work out where you want to spend them. It obviously people are trying to vicariously learn how these systems work through content creators, streamers, this sorts of things, or through what is often very sort of falsified testing. Playing on the beta sounds great, but the economy doesn't really exist naturally on the beta. So you can see what the systems are, but it's difficult to work out, right, well, where am I going to want to specialize? What am I going to want to put points in? What's there going to be demand for? Is there going to be a corner of the market that I can spec into that somebody else hasn't? There's so much more to it. It's such a more engaging system than we've ever had for crafting. It's going to be really fun to play with once it goes live properly. But it does mean that a lot of the time we're kind of still guessing with how things are going to work. We can make educated guesses here and there, but we are still doing just that. We are guessing. How much do you play a day on a character to not fall behind on crafting? It won't be a lot at all. It won't be a lot at all, but that is on the assumption that you know exactly what it is you need to do to go out and do it. There are some ways of acquiring knowledge which aren't predeterministic. For example, there's an item called a Dragon Shard of Knowledge, which is this thing, a Dragon Shard of Knowledge. You can acquire a selection of these through doing many different things. Now, we don't know if these are going to be on a little bit of a Legion Legendary style system, so that there's the chance of you getting one of these regardless to what you're doing. You might get one from killing a rare, you might get one from looting you might get one from looting a treasure, you might get one from completing a world quest, you might get one for completing a dungeon. We don't strictly know, but what we do understand is that you're only going to be able to get a few of these a week. Now, how long it's going to take you to play the game to get your quota for the week, it's not really easy to tell right now. Because we also can't play the beta like we'd play the live game. Sure, you can run around and you can do a few world quests and stuff, but there's not that natural player base of people joining up in groups, running dungeons. You know, the game's not live. It's PTRs, betas, they're all very falsified gaming experiences that aren't totally how things play out when the game goes live. So yeah, we don't really know. There are some deterministic ways of gaining knowledge points, like doing your weekly quest. You know, if your weekly quest might only take you 20 minutes, half an hour to complete, but there are going to be some non-deterministic ways of gaining knowledge that you might just, you know, have to play that character with. And this leans once again into that thing that if you want to be 100% optimal with a character, you're gonna actually have to play that character. It's trying to blur the lines between having that to-do list that for many expansions now people have been complaining that they don't want a to-do list, yet people still try to go very, very far out of their way to create one. which is it's just human psychology. But you don't get one knowledge every time you get one skill as you craft. It's based on the spectrum. Let me show you with an example. So in leatherworking, let's say you're becoming a male armor crafter. You put points in a certain area, you unlock a certain thing. The main node, for example, in the skill tree gives you, if you read the tooltip, it says improve at making male armor, gaining +1 skill point. +1 skill per point in this specialization. So every point you put in, you get a skill point. There are, though, things like this, which is in a completely different skill tree in the leatherworking discipline. Leatherworking discipline gives you 1 skill point per point put in the spec. So, sounds the same, right? Well, kind of. Because what you also then need to consider is as you put more points into this, there are sub-nodes like this, +5 skill when crafting leatherworking patterns. So what you actually do is you spend 10 points in here, you put 10 points in here and you get a bonus 5 points. So that's actually an average of 1.5 skill per knowledge at that point. And that repeats again here. You put 20 points in and you gain a bonus 10 skill. So now you've put 20 points in, you got 20 points for spending those points, but you gained an extra 15 on top for the nodes in the tree. It basically means that this node is one of the ones that you're almost guaranteed to put lots of points into, because it's a super optimal way of gaining skill, which is generic skill. Skill that's going to benefit you regardless to what you're crafting with your profession. So even if you are becoming the best male armor crafter, all of your points are not strictly going to be spent in this one tree. You spend the points where they're most efficient for you, and you spend the points in the way that's going to get you to your goal with the least points in most cases, because these are going to be very time gated. The $1 million question, are those things going to be in the cheat sheet, right? The cheat sheet is a wealth of knowledge already. The cheat sheet, you know, compacts a whole bunch of different information together on all of the professions. Alternatively, you know, there's the Discord as well. There's the premium channels in the Discord where a lot of the real 500 IQ sort of thought processes are being discussed. Tree seems to be a min-max tree. Reduce costs, make higher quality goods once you've already got the items to craft. Or am I understanding wrong? No, there are trees that do different things. Like I said, the discipline, there's usually one tree that's more of a generic skill tree. It doesn't focus on making you better at any one specific thing, but it just generally makes you a better leatherworker. Then you have the dedicated trees where you're going to spec into certain things. Leatherworking's not a great example because 2 of the trees are basically copy-paste of each other. And most professions that are like gear crafting are very easy to figure out what the best route to go. I've not really been spending points or playing all that much on the beta, but I'm already 61 skill in. I think I unlocked one of the endgame recipes just so I could see it for reference. But as you can see, this is a good simulation of where I could be in the first week of the game. I'm still not, even though I'm able to unlock endgame patterns, I'm still not anywhere near making them at any decent quality. So people that do get that first spark of ingenuity in the first week, maybe they go out, get some other materials, maybe they try and put in their first public work order to get a piece of gear. People are unlikely to get their first piece of crafted gear much above quality 2. If they're lucky, they'll come across a crafter that makes it a quality 3 for them. But your quality 4, quality 5 gear is not going to be within reach for most people very quickly. And as you add more optional reagents to make the base item bigger and better and stronger, so as you infuse it with more power to push its item level, as you add embellishments to give it bonus stats, as you add missives to customize the secondary stats on it, all of these items increase this difficulty even higher, where a fully kitted out you'd need 280 skill to make it at quality 5, but 280 is not the limit. You could add an extra 50 if you wanted it crafted at mythic item level. That pushes it to 330 difficulty. You add an embellishment on there, that could be as high as 35 additional difficulty. Can be reduced down to as low as 25, but let's even take the lower variant, so that's another 25 on top. So we got plus 50, plus 75, you add a missive on there to get it with the right secondary stats. You're adding another 15 if you can come across a top quality missive as well. So an extra 90 points on top of this, an extra 90 difficulty on top if you want like a 418 crafted version. You're going to have to find a very, very well skilled crafter to have somebody that's got that much skill. This is the progression path, right? This is what you go. You can get this very quickly, but when you try and get much past this, the progress is very, very small and very, very incremental every time you gain some more knowledge points. If they add an undo, won't people be able to game the system? Well, they're clearly not going to. They're clearly not. If you saw the interview that Sol did with the developer, one of the guys that's worked specifically on the professions, you can tell they seemingly don't have any desire to give you a like a respec talent or anything like that. And to be truthful, they don't really need to. The trees are very narrow. They're not very deep. They're very shallow. You only have like maybe 3 nodes deep in any one area, which means that you can put some points in here, and if you realise that you maybe shouldn't have spent your points there, yeah, you're going to be behind somebody else that got it right the first time, but you're never going to be more than like a couple of weeks behind somebody else. 3 or 4 weeks behind. Being 3 or 4 weeks behind somebody else is, in Blizzard's eyes, an acceptable amount to be behind. What do you think will be the meta for actually selling these quote-unquote perfect items, since you can't use work orders? Will people be spamming /2? Will there be a crafters Discord a la Path of Exile? I think there will be a community solution somehow, or in some way. I'm not entirely sure what it's going to be, but there is clearly room for an add-on or a third-party service of some sort to make this process easier for people. But that will only happen if people actually care about it enough to make it happen. This is where the problem lies for me, that 418 sounds like a really high item level, and it is, but it's still not BIS. So, if it's still not going to be people's BIS, then are people going to care about it enough to have these third-party add-ons and stuff developed? Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. WoW.xyz instead of PoE.xyz, where you can list your shop. Maybe. Want to acknowledge and say thank you for diving into professions and talking about it with your viewers. Thank you. It's why I do it. If you guys didn't turn up to watch, I probably wouldn't be doing it. Do we get a knowledge for every profession level? I mean, will we have 100 knowledge hitting level up? No, knowledge is not dished out the same way. You'll have 100 skill. I don't know whether that was just a slight slip, but for every point in your profession, you'll gain 1 base skill point for your profession. So, for example, right now, I have 61 leatherworking skill, 61 points. You know, I'm 61 out of 100 with my skill in leatherworking, which means when I hover over the skill here, you'll see if you look at the brackets, it gives me 64 plus 13. That 13 has come from external places. 61 comes from here, then 13 has come from somewhere else. In this scenario, that 13 has probably come from my spectre points. I've put 10 points in here, which at 1 skill point per point is plus 10. I've gained plus 3 from something else somewhere. I can't easily or quickly work out exactly where it is, but the point is that you know, you gain 1 per point in your profession, which means that people are going to want to get their professions skilled up to 100. There's the desire to do it. It's not going to be too quick or easy to do, but there will be the desire for people to do it. And then you stack up skill, usually by spending points in your spectre. I think it's less of Blizzard thinking that being a few weeks behind is okay. I think it's more about the fact that being able to respec will lead to min-max strategies that they don't want. There's 2 sides to that. The talent trees, the specialization trees, they've trimmed the long legs to it. You used to be able to dive much deeper into one specific thing, but they've now made it so that that's not possible. What's a better way to actually describe that? There used to be, let me put it this way, there used to be a lot more talent nodes like this one where you would gain generic skill. You used to be able to stack a lot of generic skill. Almost every spec tree gave you this generic skill, which means that you could actually not only reach the recipe difficulties. If you had a recipe difficulty of 280, they would get to a point where you could quite quickly reach that recipe difficulty, but you could build up your skill to go much further than that. You could stack skill points into the 400-500s. Which meant that not only were you making top quality pieces of endgame gear, but you also then got into the realms of not even needing top quality materials to do it, which was maybe something that they are either saving for later on in the expansion, or they just straight up didn't want to be a thing. So they've kind of... You used to be able to, it's weird to say it, but you used to be able to specialize a lot more than you can now. Anybody can, within 3 or 4 weeks, probably get to about the same point in any one specific market. Goblins, though, have the advantage that as the expansion goes on, every week that passes, you will just eventually be able to be in more markets than somebody new to the game, but you won't then be able to keep continuously stacking on this advantage over others. It was a really kind of quite smart way to make it so that they don't really need a catch-up system for this, simply because no one single path down from the top to the bottom takes that long to complete. It's quite clever. I like it. Will profession gear be region-wide, or will it be on a server basis? All gear and stuff is on a per-server basis. Although that's, you know, it's clear that they would quite like the work order system to be region-wide. There's obviously some technical limitations for that, though. I'm on a fairly dead server. I wonder if I can be the gem king. No, because gems are commodities. Gems are on the region-wide auction house. You'll be competing with everybody else in the region on gems. I need to get my ass over to Valdrakken then. I still I'm intrigued to why. I'm intrigued to why I still can't seemingly get this quest line for this Spark of Ingenuity. By gems, I just meant jewel crafting, so rings and necks. In that scenario, you can corner that aspect of the market, maybe. Good luck to you. It's one I'm going for. My main character's a jewel crafter. Jewel crafter and leatherworking are my two main professions. They're what I'm going to be putting a lot of time and effort in Dragonflight. There's no question, there's no exclamation marks on my map here, which is weird. Maybe there's a renown requirement? Is that maybe it? Maybe I do just need to complete this first weekly meta quest as well. It is not obvious what needs to be done. What did these fellas have to say up here?
I serve the aspects.
To the Overlook.
Be safe.
That's just a breadcrumb quest. Investigate the incident at the bottom floor of the Seat of Aspects. That gave rep. That's less likely to be a... So usually the brute force way of getting something that you're not sure how to get it is just to go around and complete literally everything, every single quest you find on the map, complete it, regardless of whether it's, you know, take the lore master approach. You know, you'll always get to the end if you eventually and slowly but surely complete every single quest that's available to you. But this is why they started to use a different quest icon for campaign stuff, to give you an indication to, right, this is your main quest. Everything else is, you know, either a breadcrumb quest or something else, or... But it still makes it remarkably because to ding level 70, I'm just thinking, you know, from a natural just player experience perspective. To ding level 70, to have a big screen that came up and says you've completed the campaign quest, but then to log on, you know, to press L and to see there's a campaign progress is actually only 1 of 9, but I have no idea where to go or what to do to achieve any of this. That element of confusion is the kind of things that Blizzard usually are quite good at slowly but surely removing and making it, you know, a straightforward step by step, without it feeling too, like, handheld. But right now, it does seem a bit of a weird situation that I'm seemingly just trying to do any quest possible to try and work out what's next in the, you know, in the campaign queue. I don't know if these strictly are going to, push me to where I want to go, but There's only one easy way to find out. I remember getting the quest that unlocks the machine before level 70. That's an interesting one. What do you think? Full throttle to 70 and then professions? Or would it be better to do professions along the way? I'm kind of the opinion it doesn't matter. People hate those answers though, because people want black or white answers. But there isn't always a black or white answer. I don't think it really matters. There's nothing that... It depends on what you want to achieve, right? If you have reputations that hold a lot of the patterns that you want, then you just probably want to do Lore Master and get to 70, and you're by proxy actually working on your professions as you do that. Yeah, the should I level or should I do professions doesn't make a huge difference. You don't strictly need to be level 70 to do most things, but it definitely helps. Yeah. My one overriding opinion that hasn't really changed at all during the beta is that I tend to feel that it makes a lot more sense for people to pick a profession and just focus on it. Just do, a character, not just even a profession, but just one character, pick a couple of professions, and just play the game on that character. And the more that you play, the more you'll achieve on that character. The more knowledge points you'll accidentally stumble across. If you're trying to actively complete every quest that you have available to you, you'll probably maintain a level of optimization almost passively. Now, these are strictly Valdrakken quests, then. Maybe I was not... Oh, it's really, really weird. Can I go and complete this thing? Time left, 10 minutes. The likelihood is I'm not going to be able to complete this in 10 minutes, but I need to go have a look, because I feel that might be what's holding me back. Let's go try and complete the siege on Dragonbane Keep. Because I need that for the weekly meta quest. That's at least worth attempting, I reckon. Yuma, welcome in. How we doing? Howdy, howdy. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna get pew-pewed out the sky in a minute. Siege begins in 10 minutes. It says time left 10 minutes. Oh, they're gathering. Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually perfect then. If it's about to start in 10 minutes. That's perfect. I guess then, boys and girls, anybody that's got a level 70 and is on has access to the beta, it's at this point I would quite appreciate some assistance if you happen to be able to. In a matter of minutes, 8 minutes, Dragonbane Keep is going to be available. This is one of the things that you might end up putting on your weekly to-do list. I'm only level 64. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, actually, to be honest. Regardless of level, if you happen to be, come say hi. Tier hold realm? I don't know. What realm are we on? I think I'm on the other one. I don't know. Either way, just come and have a look. Level to 70, fish up the recipe for the rhinestone sunglasses, craft a pair so that the wind does not get in my eyes, coast all the way to endgame. How very eloquent. I like it. Very smart. Have I got time to go and completely... I've got time to go and get this bonus objective finished. Pew pew some dragons while we wait. Yeah, I guess I know a lot of I guess a lot of the my advice when it comes to goal making is a little bit biased, because I'm also aware that I'm going to go into Dragonflight with a relatively casual approach. Now it may not necessarily seem like that considering I've put over 100 hours testing things on the beta, but I still don't really plan to min-max things all that aggressively once the game goes live. I will play my hunter and do everything I can on that hunter, and if I'm honest, I will probably dabble in other things. I probably won't end up being that optimal of a player. Oh, am I going to die? Please don't die. I enjoy the... See, for me, it's more about the journey. I enjoy the getting there, the process of getting there, a lot more than I do when I've actually got it done. There will be a big frustration for me that once I've actually maxed out all of the renowns, once I'm just doing nothing more than logging in to chip away at a few knowledge points on my characters each week, I'll get bored very quickly. I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that patch 10.1 is not actually that far away. I know this sounds really gross to say because Dragonflight's not even live yet, but the amount of time that I've spent playing this game already, I kind of want 10.1 to be, you know, end of January. Like, let's not fuck about. Let's get the next patch on the go really quick. Let's get it on the PTR. Let me see what's going on with the new stuff. Because, I've already been playing this game for 3 months. That's not... And like I said, I did preface this with it would sound a bit gross me saying that, but it's just the reality of testing this sort of stuff. The 4 zones, I've played the 4 zones, not to death, but an awful lot. And I'm also looking forward to what's going to come after this. Can confirm, by the way, the Dragonsbane quest being completed isn't required for the Spark quest since I haven't completed it and I have Sparks in my bags. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll do it anyway because it's actually quite fun. Guessing we'll get new stuff with Wrath Classic in January before we get 10.1. I don't. Well, maybe. I thought from this point on though, Classic was pretty determined when everything's happening, right? Because it's not like it's a new game.
-7 days.
Only 7 days to go. Yes. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the sub. How long's left? 3 minutes. Why is none of this counting towards this bonus objective? Yeah, I do kind of hope that they've got some cool stuff in plan for the rest of the expansion. I think based upon what we've seen, in the alpha, in the beta, and how there's not been, I don't know the best way to describe this. There's not been what I would call many aggressive developmental changes or changes of direction. To give Blizzard some credit where it's due, their testing methodology, their testing schedule for Dragonflight's been very organized, with the exception of maybe work orders. But generally speaking, they've had a really good plan of action of what they want to be testing and when they want to be testing it, and they've executed on that. And that can only happen when they were way, way, way ahead of schedule to begin with. Even before they released the alpha, they knew exactly what they were going to test on what weeks during the alpha, and that same thing has been the case on beta as well. And beta has then been what a beta should be, which is more about smoothing out bug fixes and balancing things, which hopefully means that if they are actually that far ahead of themselves, that 10.1 and 10.2 is not something that they're going to get working on straight away. It's hopefully stuff that's already been in the works for a while, and that we should be on schedule for a reasonable speed of content in Dragonflight. None of this stupid 12 months wait between patches. Nobody likes any of that. Are you using Move Anything to set up your UI, or is it all edit mode? It's all edit mode. Nothing custom. Although that said, I'm in January, I might totally 100% take a week off. Like, actually properly week off. I don't do proper weeks off because I'm not very good at taking time off. Even when I take time off, surprise, surprise, I end up playing video games. And so I'm not really taking any time off. But I'm very tempted in January to just take a week, put my computer in a cupboard and not turn it on for a week. And actually have a proper week off. In fact, that might actually happen. That might happen whether I want it to happen or not, because that might actually also be when I move house, which you could also argue is not really taking time off. But hey, guess what? Week off ends up playing well, that's also the risk, right? I'll put World of Warcraft down and I'll just pick Factorio up, and then it will all descend into chaos again. It might very much do so. Can we get this on the go now?
Aspects watch over you.
Go. Move. The marker's not on the map anymore, which is concerning. I thought this was meant to start in 8 minutes, and now it's meant to have started. Why has nothing happened? Can I pat the beef? The big frog's called Beef. Hey, here we go.
Let us take back our home.
You got to give Beef his snacks apparently to start it going. Oi, go, move. let's roll. Feed Beef the beef. Oh, good on it. You're way ahead. Gone for a month, grows a beard, hasn't showered in a month. Welcome to Cractorio. Yeah. Yeah. Always the way. Get off my frog. It is a beefy boy. You're not wrong. It is a beefy boy. We should be able to ride on this thing, you know. Are you going to be are you going to be the min-max of going through every profession for the first time, crafting artisan's metal? On my main character, no. For the very simple reason that I've had those professions on that character for far too long for me to be dropping them to do shenanigans like that. It's an optimization that I don't think is actually really that worthwhile for most players anyway. I'm in a position where it's not the funds of doing it that's the problem for me. It's the fact that dropping the professions is just not happening. I've spent years collecting recipes and patterns on those professions. There's no way I'm going to be dropping them just for a little bit more artisan's metal. I'd much rather be less than optimal but keep my professions in good standing. I've got a couple of characters that I can play around and do some silly things like that with. My mage, for example, my mage has tailoring and is not dropping tailoring, but its second profession is a bit more optional. Meaning I might be able to do some stuff with my mage. Might be able to do some shuffling, possibly. Oh, I've just realised the beef snacks are actually snails. That's funny. It depends what the materials do. It's one of those, right? You got to balance it out. It's like if it's 2 hours of hard work and 50,000 gold to do the artisan's metal shuffle and get yourself 1,000 bonus artisan's metal, then I might consider it. But if it's 2 hours work and 500,000 gold because of the price of materials, then I'm probably less likely to engage with it. You know, it's the easy answer is I don't know. I'm not in any rush to do the artisan's metal shuffle, let's put it that way. I very much believe it's one of those things that sounds good to do on paper, but the reality is that the payoff is probably just not worth it.
Both, I hope.
Zakahoni, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Do appreciate it. Welcome in. There's loads of people knocking about doing this now. This is good stuff. Let's just pew-pew these fellas. Get it done. Luckily, if I do choose to do the profession, the artisan shuffle, though, I've leveled up the profession so many times across the last 4 to 6 weeks. I could probably do it in my sleep. That said, actually, one thing that I am also working on at the moment is I'm doing a more up-to-date leveling guide for every profession, which will probably... I'm going to do something that's not really suggested to do on YouTube. I'm going to dump, hopefully, 8 to 10 videos in one go on Sunday. Which will be every single profession's leveling guide. If I can get them all done and all finished in time, that's what I plan to do. Ooh, rousing fire off these fellas. Good to know. Kill the birdie again. There we go. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's the algorithm that tends not to like that more than anything else. But I'm hoping that it will be made up by the fact that there'll be videos that will continue to get watched. The algorithm doesn't care. Well, the algorithm, like, if you want to get real meta, the algorithm doesn't exist. YouTube is remarkably simple at the heart. It rewards people who produce engaging content. It's not rocket science, but it does tend to your reach is often artificially minimized if you post too quickly. Your reach is limited. But they're the types of videos that I think could be searched for and will hopefully be of great interest to people anyway, so I'm not too concerned. Mats are region wide, they'll become cheap very fast, but if you spec a crafting profession into weapons or armors, it might be very good vendor shuffle. From what I can tell, from a vendor perspective, it doesn't really matter what the quality is. I don't think vendor value changes, and obviously the material quantity doesn't change. Vendor shuffles could be. Now, we already suspect that there's going to be a bit of a problem with low quality basic tier materials, of that there's just not there's just nothing that consumes them in great quantities. This is maybe where vendor shuffles might have their place. And some people have even thought that, well, maybe leveling via crafting could also consume a lot of materials. That maybe it's almost by design that Blizzard gives you experience for first-time craft bonuses as a way for people to level up characters in an alternative way. I mean, what better way to keep crafters happy, right, than to give crafters a way to level up their profession, level up their characters via crafting shit. We already have like experience gain from gathering, so this time now we get experience gain from crafting, which is, you know, quite cool. Maybe this artisan's metal profession shuffle is not actually something that Blizzard are just blissfully unaware of and might nerf. Maybe it is actually designed by design. Maybe it's meant to be a way for crafters to consume a whole bunch of the materials and to provide some exit path for the basic stuff. Because you're not going to do the profession shuffle with top tier materials. You'd be bonkers. You do the profession shuffle with the cheapest, most basic materials you can get your hands on. Because your optimization here is to do it based on cost. You want the cheapest possible cost to do it. Except that crafters don't really care about experience in this expansion, since you practically need Lore Master as a crafter anyway. You're doing the XP for level 70 many times over. Also slightly true, yeah. But you never know. This is one thing that we very rarely get an insight to. We often find out, you know, we see things turn up on the alpha, the beta. We get access to things. We don't all that frequently get the why. We don't get why Blizzard are doing things very frequently. Can we sneak past this lava crawler? Oh, not if I stand in the lava, we can't. We can! Sneaky, sneaky. Get the tag real quick, because I turned up late.
The Joradin are retreating. We will hold the field. Get in that.
I'm still somewhat of the opinion, though, that they might nerf the amount of experience that we gain by crafting. I think they probably want crafting to gain experience as a thing. But I don't think that getting 6 out of the 10 levels just by crafting a bunch of stuff is really by design. But then again, at the same time, actually, you have to shuffle through practically every profession to achieve that, which is probably not all that advised anyway. Oh, shit. I'm going to die. Destroy the rocks or jump the flames. What flames? Jump the rocks or destroy the flames. I don't see it. Oh, these. Oh. Oh, they didn't reach me. GG. It's probably what killed me the first time. Boom!
You have given us back our home. Thank you.
Dragonbane keep strongbox. Don't mind if I do. Okay, yeah, that's not made a blind bit of difference. Okay. Apparently I've got no idea how to unlock this goddamn stupid quest for this shard. There's clearly something I'm missing. Oh, hang on, what's in the box? Where's me box gone? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Is it this it? No, that's playtest equipment. Here we go. 260 gold. Well, that was tragic. Dragon Isles artifact, chaos crystals, a 359 helm. Yoink. Okay. That should, though, all the same, mean that we can hand this in back in Valdrakken. Let's head back to Valdrakken. You need some exit for materials or they end up like callous hide. Yeah, this is it. This is just what I'm kind of hoping that they've this is why vendor shuffles exist, but it's also why they take quite a lot of control to make sure that vendor shuffles are not abusable. They're alright letting people make like 3,000 or 4,000 gold an hour doing vendor shuffles because it works two ways, right? You make a little bit of gold and at the same time you're taking excess supply of materials out of the economy, which is often needed, especially if people are farming specifically for the rarer stuff, which is what happened with leather. So it's kind of, you know, it's a two-way thing there. That's why vendor shuffles exist. Hopefully that there's some sort of an equivalent in Dragonflight as well. Let's hand this one in. Boom. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on. Dragon Scale Expedition increased by 1,500. Oh, right, yeah, of course, because I've maxed it on my other character. That's why. That's why. I was like, why am I getting 3 times as much experience from Dragon Scale? It's because I've already surpassed Renown 20 on another character. Ah, so at least that system works. Two-handed polearm. Why does the game insist on giving me two-handed polearms all the time? I really don't want to play survival. Give me a bow or a gun. Stupid game. Actually, this is where I find out I'm specced into stupid. No, specced into current spec, Beast Mastery. Stop giving me survival weapons, game. It's rigged. Alright. I'm starting to be a bit of a loss to work out how the flipping hell I get this Spark of Ingenuity quest. So much so that I'm almost starting to feel that this character could just be bugged. Now, I've not lore mastered this character, but I equally don't seem to have. Raise your renown with the major factions of Dragon Isles to continue the campaign. Surely I don't need that to get any further. Do I really? I mean, maybe? I'm renowned 7 with Valdrakken. 8 gives me supplies, 9 gives me Drake Watcher manuscripts, and by 10 you're already at the point where you're getting catch-up stuff. It also says raise your renown with the major factions. Does this maybe give an indication that this should be maybe this needs to be a little bit more clear to which faction? Maybe I actually need to get, you know, these guys up more first. Which would in turn mean that hitting level 70 isn't actually the only criteria for getting your first spark. You're going to want to not only hit level 70, but also make sure that you are, you know, at a certain point with these factions. Community Feast is unlocked at 3, fishing holes at 4, 5, okay. Dragonflight, cloaks at 4, buried treasures at 5. Rock climbing, world quests, expedition supply kits at 6. I don't know. Annoyingly, I'm going to have to wowhead this now, aren't I? So what are we? Dragon Isles Emissary. Hang on. What was the Emis? Oh, I can't spell. Oh, that's 2 words. Mr. Space. Dragon Isles Emissary storyline. Renown, related quests, Renown of the Dragon Isles, open orientation, aiding the Accord, and variations of them. Okay. Maybe it's these just, I don't know. And all my renown are lower than yours? It could just be that this character's balked. Annoying if that's the case, but it could very well just be that. See if I recognize any of the quests from this. Is there any information on this at all? Reward from fueling the engine 2nd spark, fueling the engine 3rd spark. At least this should give us the quest line, right? Open orientation. Complete the orientation quests in each major faction hub. Dragonscale Base Camp, Marokai, Iskara, and Valdrakken. See, it's annoying because I've done all of this previously. Innovating the engine. I swear this is it. Insert the newly attuned power core into the engine of innovation. This looks like it could be it. Profession quest line in Tyr's footsteps, the Anaran Plains, a well-earned victory.
I'm not going to give you $100.
I only have one character on my account. I plan on playing 8+ hours a day when DF launches. I will be using mining and JC. What in your opinion would be the to-do list for the first few weeks? Rep, quests, unlocks, professions ECT.
Oh Lord. Reputation first. Firstly, thank you very much for the dono. I've got nothing on my screen where I can read that goddamn thing. Lord, where did that message go? Where did the message go? I heard it, but wasn't paying all the attention. Hang on, hang on. Why is my stream, why is it not being tracked? Hang on, hang on. Got it, got it. Honestly, if you're going mining and jewel crafting, I guess it's because you're trying to be that little bit self-sufficient. In terms of mining your own ore to then presumably prospect. Your to-do list is not too different from everybody else's. You want to, you know, you want to get yourself leveled up nice and quickly, make some starting gold, maybe make yourself enough gold with mining so that you don't have to spend your time mining more. I'm a big advocate for either taking 2 crafting professions or 2 gathering professions. If you're out there farming, you might as well farm everything. That's my thought process behind it anyway. But yeah, if you're planning on playing just that single character, your to-do list isn't really much of a thing. Just play that character. By virtue of playing 8 hours a day, you'll accidentally end up doing pretty much all of it anyway. But yeah. I hope that helps in some way. Cheers for the 4. Appreciate it. Victorious. Return the engine of innovation in Valdrakken. Use the portal. 4th challenge, 5th challenge. Innovating the engine. What's victorious? Oh, this is a Horde side one. Where's the Alliance equivalent? The quest ends in Valdrakken. Jump start, jumping to start.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Henx Lee, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Jump start, jump starting. You can, in theory, pick this up from level 68. From here. Why do I not have the quest? Why do I not have this quest? Let me go back over to here, because I swear something's missing. I remember that quest name as well, jump starting. I remember that. Because I've done all it annoying, like I said, annoyingly, I've done all of this before. I've done all of this on the other character. But why is it not doing anything for me?
Yeah, yeah. Go
Oh,
get him,
you're
champ.
not telling me anything.
Hurry back!
None of these dudes want to talk to me. I've clearly missed something somewhere. And if I've managed to miss it, I'm quite sure others will miss it too. Previous expansions I've played kind of wandered around like a headless chicken. Was worth asking if you knew any certain dailies or reps that would benefit me. Jewel crafting leans quite heavily on the Dragon Scale Expedition, which if you've got that paired up with mining actually works quite well. Because the best way to grind rep with them is just to go treasure hunting. You gain treasures, you gain treasures, or you loot treasures. You get artifacts, you turn in artifacts for rep, so.
We serve once more.
What do you want? 2-for-1 deal.
Go with the aspects. This better be worth my time. Good luck out there. You'll need it. Oh, it's you. Hello, mortal. Goodbye.
Okay. It's quite clear that I need to work out more of this. And I guess the way I work this out is quite simple. I guess I just go full-on lore master and work out what the flipping hell needs to be done to unlock this quest. It feels very odd that I have a sneaky suspicion that this quest line should kick in from level 68. The Engine of Innovation has its own... Jumpstarting, crafting orders. Rewards you with 5 bottled essence. Have I got any of these quests? Have I maybe not done the crafting orders intro? From Mimsy down here? Oh, why's Asley got a question mark above her head? That's the leatherworking services. Where's Mimsy? Is she maybe the one over in the Anaran Plains? Is there maybe something I still need to do down here? If there is, it's really not obvious. Ah, this is confusing. I don't think this should be anywhere near as problematic. In Tyr's footsteps, Dragon Scale Expedition help needed. 4th challenge. This is way past this.
Let's
Innovating
make
the engine.
sweet profit together.
Peak, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Okay. I think my character's either balked or I'm missing something.
How is your health? Goodbye.
Right. Considering I'm not getting anywhere particularly fast on this character, and I've got plenty of other things I could be doing right now, I'll figure this out, and we'll take a little bit of a further look at this tomorrow, or maybe Wednesday. I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you all for joining today. I know we didn't get a huge amount done, but this is the nature of testing. You know, you play around a little bit, you try and work things out, and things, you know, jump out occasionally and you learn from them. But over the next few days, I don't think there's going to be a stream tomorrow. I've got into this habit of using Tuesdays as a really good day to churn out some to get ahead of myself when it comes to video content for YouTube. I think I'll continue that plan of action. There is going to be monstrous amounts of time for streaming once the game goes live next week, so there's no worries about that. So I'll probably state to be back on Wednesday for reset day, the last reset before we move into Dragonflight, which is cool. So thank you all for watching. We'll be back again soon. Before I leave, consider jumping over to the Discord. There's lots of discussions going over on the Discord at the moment. And of course, if you would like access to things like the Dragonflight cheat sheet, TSM groups, and some premium channels for more secret talks for Dragonflight, consider becoming a supporter either by subbing here on Twitch, taking a little look at the Patreon, or becoming a member over on YouTube, whichever is more convenient for you guys. But I'll leave it there for today. Thank you all, and I'll see you all in a day or two. Peace.